From the Saitama Super Arena in Saitama, Japan, it's HDNet Fights Dream New Year 2011.
The fighting city of Tokyo, Japan, devastated by tsunamis and earthquakes early this year. But tonight, Japanese fans are headed in one direction. All roads lead to Saitama Super Arena. As Japanese mixed martial arts says to the world, we're here and we're okay. It is Dream New Year's Eve 2011 from the Saitama Super Arena. Hello everybody, I'm Michael Chavello. Welcome to Dream New Year's Eve 2011. Mike Kogan, Hans Thompson joining me here tonight. Boys, it's great to be back in Japan in a big way. Hans, what does this event mean for the Japanese public and Japanese mixed martial arts?
Well, I don't need to tell you, Michael, it's New Year's Eve. This is the big one. I mean, New Year's Eve is a huge day in Japan in general, but for the longest time, it's been known as Inoki's Day. Inoki not necessarily involved every year with mixed martial arts, but that's what people know this day as, is the day for mixed martial arts in Japan, and they've really put on a big card tonight for us.
And Mike, New Year's Eve in Japan has always been about entertainment, more so than rankings and championships, all been about entertainment. And tonight is maybe the most entertaining card ever assembled, because not only do we have mixed martial arts, we've got kickboxing, mixed rules, and for the first time ever, pro wrestling on tonight's card. We're going to see Peter Ertz and Josh Barnett and Jerome LeBanner in a way we've never really seen them before.
Yeah, this year Dream really went all out and put a great pedigree for combat sports entertainment, from real fights to entertaining fights to just pro wrestling to kickboxing. There's actually a mixed kickboxing MMA rules fight. Just all of it coming together, and we get to see some great stars. We get to see some guys that have been there and done it all, have held titles, have been champions. Just come out here and have fun with the IGF rules in the pro wrestling fights. We get to see the bantamweight tournament. We get to see 2 title fight defenses, and of course we get to see the great Fedor Emelianenko come back to Japan for the first time in 5 years.
And what about Shinya Aoki in our co-main event takes on Satoru Kitaoka? And Hans, I guess you could say the relationship between these two guys a little bit strained, a little bit complicated.
Definitely complicated is a good word for it, Michael. I mean, these guys have been friends and training partners for a long, long time now, and frequently corner each other. It's a very close relationship, and Kitaoka was shocked to find out that Aoki would even accept a fight with him. But for Aoki, it's all business. He said, this is our job, this is what we do, and he said, I want to fight the best guys, and Kitaoka was the best guy they offered me.
So Mike, if you're in the corner of Shinya Aoki, how does the rubber man defeat Kitaoka here tonight?
Well, the blueprint here is very simple. Aoki was very successful against Vitor Shaolin Ribeiro in basically keeping the fight standing, not going to the ground, and utilizing his reach, which he also has over Kitaoka, and just basically, jab and kick and just stay active enough to win the fight. I mean, it's a snoozer. It's not the most exciting way to win, but that's one of the ways to win. Now, something tells me that's not what Aoki is going to do here, simply for the fact that it's his best friend, it's his training partner, it's a guy he spent 10 years training with and kind of came up together in this sport. For him to accept the fight against him just to jab himself, jab for 5 rounds, to me would be kind of almost not just disrespectful, but kind of dishonorable in his case. So I think he's going to engage, and we're going to see a great ground fight.
And Hans, the other question is, has Aoki erased the demons that, from last New Year's Eve when he lost a mixed rules match, of course, to Gianotsu? It was a huge shock.
I think everybody knew that if Aoki tried to stand up with Gianotsu, that was going to happen. Maybe not exactly like it happened, but Aoki, I haven't really heard him mention it. Frankly, it's not listed on Gianotsu's record anywhere. It's not listed on Aoki's record anywhere. I think people have mostly just treated that as kind of an exhibition.
So, folks, just to let you know, the betting line's closed on this one. Shinya Aoki at -525 comes in the favourite. Kitaoka at +325 comes in the underdog. Of course, Aoki, the Dream Champion. Kitaoka, a former Sengoku Champion. In our main events here tonight, the return of the last Emperor, Fedor Emelianenko, for the first time in Japan since Yaranoka in 2007, takes on gold medalist judoka Satoshi Ishii. Hans, Fedor comes in 1-3 in his last 4, returns to Japan here tonight. Much needed win against Satoshi Ishii. What's the stock of Fedor like in Japan these days?
You know, from what I can tell, it's still pretty huge. I have to say that Japanese fans don't follow MMA outside of Japan all that closely. And as you know, historically, losing is not the #1 thing that determines a fighter's value here, win-loss record. It a lot of times has more to do with the way that they fight, whether they're entertaining. And Fedor Emelianenko, you know, he's filling these seats tonight.
And Mike, of course, Fedor comes in the favourite, -555. Ishii comes in the underdog at +355. Ishii gives up enormous experience to Fedor. He gives up in most areas, but if he does have a trick up his judoka sleeve, what would it be?
Well, it's probably his ground control. You know, judokas are known for having a phenomenal ground control because with the modified rules over the years, one of the ways to win is, you know, you have to pin your opponent, you have to hold him on the ground. So when they get him on the ground, they don't go for too many submissions. They mainly just try to control the ground. And that's what Ishii's really been successful at in winning his MMA fights when he does win. And that's he gets you to the ground and he gets on top of you and he just basically doesn't get off. And he can do that against Fedor pretty successfully, I think, despite Fedor's enormous ground experience.
It is all part of Dream 2011 New Year's Eve here at the Saitama Super Arena live on HDNet, folks. We know you are going to enjoy a big night of action. The Bantamweight Grand Prix will conclude here tonight. 4 men remain. Only one will emerge the champion. And, Mike, the favourite has to be Bibiano Fernandes.
Most definitely. I mean, Bibiano Fernandes, first of all, he brings an enormous tournament experience. He's a 145-pound Dream Tournament winner last year. This year, he's dropped in weight to 135 pounds, which by most, including himself, feel like it's more of his natural weight. He feels stronger, he feels faster. You know, he's a world-level submission artist and been training a lot on his boxing. And, you know, the longer he fights, the more his boxing is starting to shine and starting to show, and he looks more and more comfortable on the ground. He's definitely the favorite to win this tournament.
And, of course, in the other semi-final, Masakazu Imanari takes on Antonio Banuelos. Imanari comes in at -160, Banuelos at +130. What's the word around the traps here in Japan, Hans, for their man, Imanari?
Well, with Imanari, obviously, is an enormously popular fighter here, and they'd love to have another Japanese champion out there. So I think a lot of people here are pulling for Imanari, and let's face it, he has a chance of beating anybody on any given night due to how dangerous his submission game is.
I'm going to tell you another fight that's sort of flown under the radar here tonight, but one I'm really looking forward to, Mike, between two veterans. Ryo Chonin takes on Hayato Maha Sakurai. Sakurai comes in the favourite at -180, Chonin at +150. As I said, two veterans about to show down here tonight.
Yeah, and it's more of a nostalgic feeling for the ex-Pride fans that'll be able to come back and watch two Pride champions go at it, both veterans. And it's a good matchup for both guys because, neither one of them is in the prime of their career. And, and really this fight is purely entertainment. It means nothing for either one of the guys' careers. They have both accomplished a lot. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing it. The most interesting part of this matchup is which Sakurai will show up. Sakurai made weight pretty easily, which is usually an indication that he's been training and he's motivated to win this fight. He's also coming off of some losses, but so is Chonin. So I'm interested to see the fight just for pure entertainment value.
Probably the most overwhelming favourite of the night, though, is in our female contest. Megumi Fuji, who is an absolute goddess here in Japan, comes in at -1650 against Carla Benitez, +850. Hans, how is Megumi Fuji's reputation in Japan?
I think you said it best, Michael. I mean, not a lot of people think that she lost to Zoila Frausto, so effectively she's still undefeated, in the minds of many, many people, and that is because, as you said, her reputation is stellar. I doubt that there's any woman in the world that I would pick to beat Fuji straight up.
So Megumi Fuji versus Benitez should be an absolute ripper, folks. We are ticking down the moments to start Dream New Year's Eve 2011 live on HDNet. We'll take a short break and be right back here at the Saitama Super Arena.
Welcome back to HDNet Fights Dream New Year 2011.
Fantastic crowd continues to build up here at the Saitama Super Arena, where we're expecting about 20,000 plus for the Dream New Year's 2011 show. And what a show it is. It really is going to be a show. inside the Saitama Super Arena. No other venue like it on the planet. And tonight, as we mentioned earlier on, we're going to see a few fighters competing as you may have never seen them before, as we have a touch of pro wrestling on tonight's card. Of course, Japanese pro wrestling has always been very big. Japanese wrestling in general has produced many big stars, the likes of Antonio Inoki, who has organised the wrestling portion of tonight's card, Giant Baba, the great Muta, Mitsuharu Musawa. But Hans, there is a distinct difference between the way that Japanese wrestling takes place and, of course, the American-style wrestling we're used to in the WWE.
Well, certainly one aspect that's very different, Michael, is that Japanese pro wrestling has, from a very early time, blurred the line between spectacle and sport. There's a vast degree of reality between a fixed match and a shoot in Japan, and sometimes it's difficult to tell with what exactly is going on, whether they're hitting each other for real or not.
And of course, there's a very prevalent use of martial arts strikes in Japanese wrestling.
Yeah, I think tonight we'll see a lot of techniques that could just as easily have come from the MMA fights in the pro wrestling matches, particularly because of the participants that we have tonight.
And of course, folks, a lot of your favorite wrestlers over the years, ones you grew up with, have certainly carved a name for themselves in the past here in Japan. Hulk Hogan mostly got his start here. Andre the Giant, of course, Rob Van Dam, Bret Hart, the Dynamite Kid, the list goes on and on. And tonight, Mike, we see a couple of the biggest names in K1 history turn their hands and their legs to pro wrestling, in Peter Ertz and Jerome Labana, both who have experienced success, though scripted success, of course, in pro wrestling here in Japan.
Oh, most definitely, and I think that's one of the biggest cultural differences between the Western cultures and the Japanese cultures, where it's accepted here. I mean, it's entertainment. People understand it, and especially when you take fighters like Jerome Labana and Peter Arts and Tim Sylvia, who's making his pro wrestling debut here in Japan. I mean, these are all former champions in real fights. They have all accomplished everything there's to accomplish in combat sports, and now they're not at the age where they may be able to compete, you know, at the highest level in mixed martial arts. So they're just having some fun.
And the man behind it all, of course, Antonio Inoki. I mean, you can describe Inoki as the Hulk Hogan of Japanese wrestling, but he's even more than that, Hans, isn't he? Because he's been an international negotiator. I mean, this is the man who once went to Iraq to negotiate for hostages with Saddam Hussein, a man who went to North Korea many times to also negotiate peace talks. I mean, he's an international ambassador, the most famous wrestler ever out of Japan, a WWE Hall of Famer as well. There is no personality quite like Inoki.
It's like you said, Michael, it's difficult to even encapsulate Inoki in words like that. I mean, he fought Muhammad Ali, too. There's
in what was, what was probably the first ever mixed martial arts fight, really.
Absolutely. Like you said, to really, there's no analogy that adequately describes who Inoki is in Japan, except for to say that everybody knows him, not just fans. Walking down the street, when we were at the press conference the other day, people were walking by and they're like, hey, that's Inoki. Oh, yeah, it's me. Of course, it's Inoki. It's Inoki's day.
And even for the elder statesman he is these days, he still cuts quite the figure, Antonio Inoki. Mike, getting back to the K1 fighters on tonight's card, wrestling with, you know, K1 being in dire straits at the moment, particularly in the financial situations. Kickboxers like Peter Ertz, like Jerome Labana, are looking for other avenues to pursue in the ring to still keep an income coming in. We've also seen Ray Sefo over here in recent months wrestling in Japan. Do you feel that this is something for these stars who are established here in Japan to pursue pro wrestling?
Yeah, my understanding is, at least in case of Jerome Labana and Peter Arts, is they're just doing it for fun. You know, they've fought for a long, long time, and both have been pretty smart with their money. And I don't think there's that much money in pro wrestling, personally, at least here in Japan. They're just doing it for fun. They're just, you know, they're just going out there and trying something new and trying to entertain the fans. And which, if you think about it, you know, one of the hardest things for the fighters to let go of in the ring is the fan aspect, the entertainment, the noise that the fans make when they come out. This gives them a chance to, you know, kind of prolong that in their life and be able to continue to entertain fans.
Peter Ertz takes on old Ironhead Kazuyuki Fujita, who does have quite a decorated wrestling history, Hans.
Yeah, Fujita is one of those guys who, you know, I use the phrase blurs the line. This guy, the same thing, you know, he's fought MMA, he wrestled for real as an amateur wrestler, he's wrestled as a professional wrestler. So in any given Fujita match, it's difficult to say what exactly, you know, where that's coming from. Is it pro wrestling? Is it amateur wrestling? Is it MMA? He can do it all.
Someone else I'm intrigued to see here tonight. He is involved in a tag team match as a man who has really made New Year's Eve events his own over recent times, Kazushi Sakuraba. I've got to say, though, Mike, it is a relief not to see Sakuraba in a mixed martial arts contest, given the beatings he's taken recently, and to see him in a fun wrestling match, getting back to his wrestling roots.
Most definitely, and especially in Sakuraba's case. I mean, he's literally, you know, is the epiphany of mixed martial arts here in Japan. He's the face of all of mixed martial arts here in Japan, and he's been in battles for so many years, and his body has taken so much abuse that for him to be able to come in here and just entertain the fans and basically get out of here in one piece is definitely a treat for us hardcore fans who have followed his decorated career.
Certainly he began his wrestling career at Chuo University, was also a high school wrestling captain. Kazushi Sakuraba learned catch wrestling under the great Billy Robinson, and the fans are really going to embrace Sakuraba here tonight in pro wrestling, Hans.
Absolutely. The pairing with Shibata is pretty interesting too. Shibata training under him, and also one of those guys who crosses over between pro wrestling and MMA. And even when these guys are fighting MMA, there's certainly a strong pro wrestling element to it. Sakuraba, Shibata, and then the guys that they're wrestling against are pretty much straight up pro wrestlers. But I think we will see, as I said, kind of a blending of that pro wrestling and MMA style, which should make for an interesting show.
Sakuraba actually wrestled some American names you may be familiar with, including one of my old favorites, the now late Bad News Allen, who wrestled in the WWF as Bad News Brown. You may remember his Ghetto Blaster finishing move. He was actually a very high-level judoka, was Bad News Allen. Moving on to the rest of the card, guys. Once again, the Bantamweight Grand Prix here tonight. Bibiano Fernandez comes in as the favorite. Who do you like as a dark horse, though, in this lineup, Mike?
Well, you know, I wouldn't call anybody necessarily a dark horse simply because the pedigree of the guys that made it to the semifinals are all experienced fighters. You know, Rodolfo is 14-1. He has only had one defeat. Benuelos has fought in WEC, has fought in the UFC, has fought in, you know, all comers, has some pretty good accolades of his own. Imanario, of course, is you know, has been fighting forever. So I wouldn't call anybody a dark horse, but I predict that Bibiano and Benuelos will go to the finals.
Just to let you know, the odds on the tournament here tonight, Fernandez comes in at -105 overall to win. Marquez at +225. Imanari at +255. Benuelos at +325. Are you surprised that Benuelos has come that outside the far off the top ranking there, Mike, and the odds makers?
No, not really. I think a lot of it has to do with their familiarity with the fighters, and he's only had one fight here in Japan against Okoro, and that was after a long layover, so he was a little rusty, you know, had a little bit of a ring rust. So I think, you know, as he continues his career in Japan, people will start to notice him more.
I'll tell you what, another fight I'm looking forward to is here tonight, wrestler versus wrestler, but these are real wrestlers. Miyata versus Kawajiri. And Hans, I'm going to be intrigued to see how the fans are divided on this one here tonight. Over the last 18 months, Miyata has become somewhat of a revelation. His very powerful style of wrestling, those beautiful Miyata suplexes that he does, but Kawajiri, an all-time great. How do you think the fans are going to side here tonight?
It's really hard to say, Michael. I'm going to have to imagine that they'll both have their supporters. Kawajiri obviously is from a long time back, sort of one of the backbone fighters of Dream, and a very popular fighter, certainly. So maybe a little bit in the favor of Kawajiri, but Miyata's really come on strong. He's beaten a lot of good guys, and this will be a test for him, certainly.
Miyata comes in at +210, and Kawajiri comes in at -260. Mike, who do you like for this one?
I'd have to pick Kawajiri. I mean, Kawajiri has all-around well-rounded MMA game. His stand-up is light years away from Miyata's. And even in wrestling, though Miyata is an Olympian, he's a Greco-Roman guy, not a freestyler, so I pick Kawajiri.
Okay, folks, the lights have gone down here at the Saitama Super Arena. Looks like we're about to kick off Dream New Year's Eve 2011.
勝つも伏せよファイターたちの生き様をその目に焼き付けよその戦いの先に明るい未来が見えてくる今年もまた日本の大晦日は格闘技で幕を開ける ッチ園田健吾
From Japan, Kengo Sonoda.
ノイリ正明
From Japan, Masaaki Noiri.
キックボクシングワンマッチニルス・ビードランド
From Sweden, Nils Lindlund.
久保優太
From Japan, Yuta Kamo.
女子総合ワンマッチカルラ・ベニテス
From Venezuela, Carla Benitez.
藤井めぐみ
From Japan, Megumi Fuji.
IGF ワンマッチ鈴木秀樹
From Japan, Hideki Suzuki.
ジョシュ・バーネット
From the United States of America, Josh Barnett.
バンタム級世界トーナメント準決勝アントニオ・バヌエロス
From the United States of America, Antonio Banuelos.
今成正和
From Japan, Masakazu Imanari.
バンタム級世界トーナメント準決勝戦ホドルフォ・マルケス・ディニス
From Brazil, Rodolfo Marquez Denis.
ビビアーノ・フェルナンデス
From Brazil, Viviano Fernandez.
ウェルター級ワンマッチ長男亮
From Japan, Ryu Shannon.
桜井マッハ隼人
From Japan, Hayato Mahasakurai.
フェザー級ワンマッチ宮田和幸
From Japan, Kazuyuki Miyata.
川尻達也
From Japan, Tatsuya Kawajiri.
ジャパニーズ MMA オールスターゲームのトップバッター所秀夫。彼こそが2011年の MVP クズレ。
厳しいトーナメントだなと思って
2011年長すぎるベースランニング熱湯に次ぐ熱湯でドリームバン サバイバルを勝ち抜いてきた所秀夫。今成を下し見事日本一に。2011年まさかのランニングホームランへ。いざ世界トーナメント優勝へ。
負けるつもりは全然なかったので、なんで負けちゃったんだろうってすごい自分にがっかりした感じです。
今さら止まれない逆境の3本か。行くも地獄、帰るも地獄。小さなモルク班所に立ちふさがるはモルク班の祖国からやってきたダゲスタンジャッカルユサップ・サードラエフ。このバンタム級グランプリで日本初登場。リングスの流れを組む大胆すぎる寝技を繰り出し21世紀の日本を驚かせた。モルクの血を覚醒遺伝で受け継ぐダゲスタンの獣が所秀夫とリザーブマッチで激突する。
やっぱり大晦日っていうのは特別な大会であってオールスターみたいなのが好きです。おいおいっていうのをいざとなったら丸パクリしたいと思います。
公務員を諦めるな。
もうドリームのベルトを本当に負けたいのでめちゃくちゃ負けたいです。まずは勝ってチャンスを待ちたいです。
諦めるな。所秀夫 VS ユサップ・サードラエ
フィールズプレゼンツファイトフォージャパン元気ですか大晦日2011。ただいまより本日の第1試合ドリームバンタム級世界トーナメントリザーブワンマッチを行います。
And now for the first match.
青コーナーよりユサップ・サードライフ選手の入場です。
The maestro, Yusuf Sadulayev, has only been to a decision twice in mixed martial arts, has never been finished. Look at the scene here at the Saitama Super Arena. It's great to be back here on New Year's Eve. And what a way to kick it off is Sadulayev versus Hideo Tokoro. Sadulayev, who won gold medals at the NAGA and Pan Am Jiu-Jitsu tournaments as a blue belt. Formerly trained with Russian top team before relocating to Illinois. MMA fighter, Sambo practitioner Volkan is a family friend of Sadulayev's. He They're both from the Russian Republic of Dagestan. The intensity on the face there of Yusuf Sadulayev. Sadulayev, who trains at the Uflaka BJJ Academy under Christian Uflaka, along with Clay French and Gideon Ray, does his stand-up training at LA Boxing and Toro Muay Thai. Brings in a record of 8-1-1 to Sadulayev as he enters the Dream Ring. Massive entourage with the former janitor Hideo Tokoro here tonight. Tokoro, who has become a staple of New Year's Eve shows in Japan. You may remember back in K1 Dynamite 2005 in front of 55,000 fans at the Osaka Dome. He battled Hoist Gracie, Genki Sudo, Kid Yamamoto, Akabono, Bobby Oligan, Semi Schulter, Nesto Husto, remember, all on that star-studded card. And here he is once again, Hideo Tokoro. Let's have a look how they stack up here in our tail of the tape. Experience all the way to Tokoro brings in a record of 30, 24-1. He is 8 years the older, 1 inch the taller, and both men weighed in at 134.5. Tokoro, who in 2005 fought Hoist to a draw, has wins over Hoyler Gracie, Yoshida Maeda, Masakazu Imanari, Abel Cullum, among many more. And it's good to see the Cinderella story in the ring.
このように試合を行います。青コーナー168センチ、61キロ、ユサフ・サードワーフ。赤コーナー170センチ、61キロ、トコヒデオ。レフェリー、大城を終えた。
Sadulayev versus Hideo Tokoro. Tokoro comes in as a favorite in this one. He has minus 150. Sadulayev at plus 120. And here we go. Dream in 2011 early takedown. Quick start to this one already, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, with Tokoro, you never get a slow start. He came out with a flying knee, and Yusuf was able to capitalize on it and grabbed him in a double leg.
Sadulayev takes the back standing here of Tokoro. Tokoro, a master of submission. 17 of his 30 wins have come via sub.
That's one of the interesting things here, Michael, is that Sadulayev said he was going to come out and try to take Tokoro down, which Tokoro was surprised by. Sadulayev said, yeah, he's a good striker. And Tokoro said, well, you know, I'm more of a submission guy.
Oh, puts him on top of his head, pounds away. Tokoro's out. He's out.
No, he's out.
Wow,
he's out. He knocked him out.
He put him on top of his head, and Tokoro went to sleep. That was just vicious.
Whoa. Somewhere Gerald Harris is watching this and going, hey, I'm the only one supposed to be knocking people out with slams. I mean, that was a powerful slam right on his face. I mean, Tokoro went head first.
Sadulayev now the reserve fighter. But what a way to do it without raising a sweat, really. And my word, Tokoro is in a bad way here. We'll see the replay here in a moment, but he got put right on the top of his head.
Yeah, I mean, he slammed it right on, and, you know, I mean, it's New Year's Eve. Nobody wants to have a headache. I feel bad for Tokoro, but...
Oh, someone have a headache. He's got a liter of champagne in you. Look at that. Straight on the forehead. He was out cold.
Yeah, he was out from the beginning.
Referee a little slow on the uptake there. We saw it. The referee was still looking on here. Sadolayev knew he was out cold. And finally the ref dove in. And, well, Tokudo still astral traveling here in the ring. Let's take a look once more.
No, I mean, straight right on his head. And you know what? Tokoro was out so badly. You know, sometimes you go out and then you get punched. It actually wakes you back up and you can come back into the fight. In this case, I mean, Tokoro was out cold. I'm actually a little surprised that ref was a little slow on stopping the fight. It should have really been a little bit more on top of the action there. But, I mean, you know, there's not much to say about this fight. Tokoro really should have come out a little more carefully and been able to establish his stand-up game, which he was definitely had an advantage over. But instead, he just came out and started engaging. And this happened.
The whole body just going limp there of Hideo Tokoro. Wow, the man who recently married to a former model and who actually considered retirement after a terrible 2010 where he went 1-2, was finished twice. Undefeated in 2011 since dropping to bantamweight. But what's this going to do for Tokoro here, Hans?
You know, I mean, he lost the first, the last round in the tournament. His first defeat in 2011, so you know, that's why he was a reservist here. He would have liked to get a win here and kind of get some face back, but obviously this is not how he planned it.
You know, this is so bad, they brought the stretcher into the ring, which is not seen often. Tokoro is still gone here.
Well, I think what they're concerned with is a neck injury because, you know, when the top of his head hit, also his neck went sideways, and, you know, I think they're just being a little more precautious than really warranted, but it's better to be safe than sorry.
Just trying to get a glance through the massive horde of paparazzi around the ring, and you can see Tokoro still in a very bad way here. Has come around, he is talking, but look how rigid that neck is. They are keeping it perfectly straight. The ice underneath the back of the head, the back of the neck. They're going to get him onto that stretcher and get him into the waiting ambulance, take him straight to hospital. Not
He's
the
probably
way
going to get a neck x-ray and, you know, and they're going to hopefully there's nothing wrong with him. You know, we wish him all the best. I mean, like I said, nobody wants to spend New Year's Eve in a hospital with a neck injury, but, you know, unfortunately, these kind of things happen in combat sports. It's just part of the sport.
Tokoro in pain here. Meanwhile, he came in as the underdog in that one, but Yusuf Sadolayev suddenly thrust himself into the reserve position for our Bantamweight Grand Prix, and in very exciting fashion.
You know, we were talking about earlier how there's really nobody who's a dark horse in the tournament because all these guys deserve to be here. I would have to say that I wouldn't be all that surprised if Sadolayev gets a chance, if he manages to make it to the finals. Obviously, something else has to happen for that to happen, but he is a very tough fighter, and as you saw, a very good wrestler. And, you know, sometimes that can make the difference.
Is that a sign of things to come here on what will be a brutal night at New Year's Eve Dream 2011?
世界トーナメントあらゆる体勢から瞬時に足関節を決める独特のスタイルを貫きドリームの頂点を狙う足関10段ベテラン今成正和世界に名を馳せる足関マスターの対処法は今や広く知れ渡り今成は攻め手を失った一本勝ちは力減もう彼の足関は通用しないのか引退を覚悟した2011年日本トーナメント準決勝では街のスタイルを一変させシャリムに足にしがみつき一本勝ち
これで格闘技にファン続けられるんだなっていう
決勝では10年来の盟友所秀夫と対戦判定で敗れ悔しさをにじませた日本2位で世界トーナメントへ元キングオブザケージ王者から今成ならではの試合運びで一本勝ち
これでまた一歩進めるんで、大晦日優勝します
対するメキシカンアトミックボムアントニオ・バヌエロス1回戦では今成が敗れたところを撃破レス スリング仕込みの腰の強さと底知れぬ打撃の破壊力で WEC で9つの白星を挙げた実力者。2011年最後の最後にアシカン10段決めれるか。ドリームバンタム級世界トーナメント準決勝、今成正和 VS アントニオ・バヌエロス。
ただいまより本日の第2試合、ドリームバンタム級世界トーナメント準決勝戦を行います。
And now for the second match.
青コーナーよりアントニオ・バヌエロス選手の入場です。
What a moment here for Antonio Banuelos, certainly psyched for his part in the semi-final round of the Bantamweight Grand Prix. 14 of Antonio's 26 total fights have gone the distance, including 8 of his last 10. Have you ever seen him this hyped up, Mike? Antonio Banuelos is enjoying himself here at Dream.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, he's having fun. He's singing along to the song. He's fired up. And you know what? He brings that same energy into the ring. I mean, one thing with Antonio Banuelos is you're not going to get a boring fight when this guy is in the ring.
No boring fights, no boring haircuts for Antonio Banuelos. He's had wins over the likes of Hideo Tokudo, Kenji Osawa, Scott Jorgensen, Cole Escovedo. He trains in the pit in San Luis Obispo with Chuck Liddell and John Hackleman. Of course, helped PJ Penn in his preparation for his second fight with Frankie Edgar, a former roommate of Chuck Liddell, Antonio Banuelos. But this is a major opportunity, the biggest one he's got yet in his boss-mid career. Banuelos, once again in the Dream Ring.
アルコーナーより今成正和選手の入場です。
Put your shoes on, put your socks on, and hide them. Because the man with the foot fetish, Masakazu Imanari, struts his way to the ring once again. Known as the Ashikan Judan, the master of leg locks. A 24-9-2 record, 15 wins via submission, 9 of them via leg lock. The current deep bantamweight champion, former deep featherweight champion, now looking to become the Dream Bantamweight Grand Prix champion. Let's have a look how they stack up here, Banuelos and Imanari. The experience goes the way of Imanari, also the age, 3 years the older, 2 inches the taller, a half-pound weight advantage to Antonio Banuelos.
青コーナー160センチ、61キロ、アントニオ・バヌエロス。
We are ready for semi-final number 1 of the Bantamweight Grand Prix. Look at Banuelos ready to charge out of his corner. He comes in this fight plus 130, Imanari at minus 160. Michael Chavello, Mike Hogan, Hans Thompson with you. Banuelos has got that right hand cocked and ready. And look how high up in the air the chin is here of Imanari. If Banuelos will tag him. Imanari always a cagey fighter. You never quite know what to expect as he switches stance and back to orthodox now. Banuelos will stay in his orthodox stance. Imanari will switch constantly, but he needs to tuck that chin. I'd love to see Banuelos power over the top with an overhand right.
Yeah, Banuelos just needs to establish his reach. As you can see, he's very aware of Imanari's, unorthodox style of being able to jump into pulling your opponent to the ground. So he's trying to keep his distance. He's also keeping his hands low if he needs to block a takedown.
Good high guard off the left round kick from Imanari. Banuelos just probing with that lead hand and controlling centering at the moment is Antonio. Looks to cut off the ring as Imanari circles counterclockwise. Double jab from Banuelos, still setting that right hand. Oh, nice liver kick there from Imanari. Banuelos still yet to land a strike here. We are 1 minute 10 down in the opening round, set for 2 by 5. Imanari continues now to circle, going clockwise. Banuelos, will he throw the right? Still guards up against a high lead round kick. Shoots down and he gets tagged as Imanari didn't commit to the shot there, Mike.
So you can tell that Imanari started off with the high kicks to try to get Banuelos to lift his hands up a little higher to set up that shot. Banuelos was well aware of it, so good part on Banuelos on that.
Looks like Banuelos has watched some tape on Imanari too, because he's reluctant to throw that right hand. Imanari likes to drop down and just go right for that leg lock whenever a guy commits to a power shot too.
Exactly. That's, the blueprint for how to beat Imanari is there. Unfortunately, it also doesn't create for the most exciting fight because you can't overcommit to anything. He's willing to throw himself back. He's willing to drop, do anything to suck you into a ground fight, and that's not where you want to be with Imanari.
We finally saw Banuelos get his right hand off a moment ago, as once again he's hunting down Imanari. I don't think Banuelos has blinked for 2 minutes yet. The intensity in his gaze, you know that he really likes being here and he really needs this victory. Sets the right hand again and goes a little lower this time, not aiming for the propped up chin of Imanari.
Banuelos likes to throw overhand rights, and I think once he finds his reach and starts to get a little more comfortable here in a fight, if he's able to land that, it's going to be a short night for Imanari.
High left round kick from Imanari, no switch up on it. Banuelos still controlling centering here. He's got to cut off the ring though. And there's the right hand again to the side of the jaw, a second one. Trying to sling to the outside legs, and he does not want to play the ground game with Imanari. Straight back to his feet here, Banuelos, with 2 minutes 5 remaining in the first.
Yeah, he's having none on the ground, eh?
No, not at all. And so far, Banuelos is really following the footprint. Do a little bit of damage, but don't get into anything that gets you engaged for longer than a few shots that you need to get out of there.
Imanari may be setting for a Yokogeri here, a side kick. Very sideward stance at the moment, in southpaw stance, I should say. And there it is, went for Yokogeri. Counter right hand from Banuelos to no avail. He forces Imanari back to the outside here, throws an outside crescent kick off the lead leg to Banuelos. Thought about a jumping front kick to Imanari. Both men bouncing around a lot. We've got 90 seconds remaining in the opening stanza. Shoots down again, good sprawl from Banuelos. Little liver kick from Imanari, went to it twice. Imanari, that casual wobble of the head, no expression in the jawline, takes it inside thigh kick that was well placed, then one to the outside thigh, but he's just a little late on the check there, Imanari. It's been a striking contest so far. Banuelos with his hands, Imanari with his high left round kicks and liver shots.
Banuelos needs to start picking up the pace a little bit and start doing a little more damage. Because so far, Imanari is successful with his leg kicks. Banuelos reluctant to kick and afraid to get caught and taken to the ground.
Right hand got off as he was momentarily on the ground there, Imanari. Outside thigh kick to the lead leg from Banuelos. Takes another kick to that liver section. Got to be careful of those, Banuelos. They'll take their toll.
You can see some reddening on his belly there.
Inside thigh kick, nicely done. Then switches up off the right leg. Does Antonio Banuelos. 20 seconds remains now in the first round. This is more like it from Banuelos.
Yeah, he's definitely starting to pick up the pace and realizing that he needs to stay active. You know, he's not going to get engaged, but he needs to stay active to impress the judges.
Clever again there from Antonio. Got off a couple of strikes, straight back to his feet. You can see Imanari wants this fight on the ground, but certainly that final minute was better from Antonio Banuelos. I am so glad to see him cutting his career here in Japan. You know, Mike, it looks like he belongs in the cast of Blood In, Blood Out, but he's a hell of a nice guy, Banuelos.
Banuelos is the epiphany of don't judge a book by its cover. This guy is as Mexican as I am. I mean, you know, he listens to Cure and, you know, he doesn't even know how to cut grass.
As we see some of the action here from the first round, uppercut, hook attempt, and a nice counter right hand from Banuelos. That's what Imanari has to be careful of, because as I said from the opening bell, Mike, Imanari's got that chin propped up in the air, and he is right for the picking, and Banuelos is a decent counter fighter.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Banuelos is a great counter fighter. Banuelos also has a hell of an overhand right, as we saw against the Tokoro fight when he put him flush on his butt, and that's what Banuelos is looking for. But once again, he's afraid to get overly engaged and end up on the ground.
It is Dream New Year's Eve 2011 from the Saitama Super Arena in Japan. And what a night we've got ahead. What a night it's been so far. If you only just joined us, well, tell you what, you missed out on something particularly violent in the Hideo Tokoro fight. Here we go, second round. Semi-final number 1 of the Bantamweight Grand Prix. Banuelos versus Imanari. Shoots in again, and Banuelos spoils, looks at the hammer fist strikes off the right hand. I like the game plan so far from Antonio.
Banuelos is fighting a perfect fight. I mean, you see him circle out towards his head, do the damage to impress the judges, and then get out of there before Imanari had a chance to pull him into a guard.
You know, you said before, Banuelos hasn't blinked. If you blink, your foot could be turned backwards before you know it.
It's funny you said, I was going to say that. He's probably afraid that if he blinks, he might end up in the guard of Imanari just that fast. Imanari is phenomenal in being able to pull opponents to the ground.
Looping left hand there from Banuelos. Did everything right, as Mike said in the opening rounds, to keep the fight on its feet despite the several attempts of Imanari to get it to canvas. Again probing the range-finding left hand, the counter rights from Banuelos.
Notice Imanari also does this very often, not just in this fight, but in all of his fights. He gets hit and he'll fall, trying to suck you into thinking that, you know, he might be hurt there. You know, and Banuelos is doing a great job in just not getting sucked into it.
The big difference between MMA and kickboxing or K1 is you can't count those necessarily as knockdowns because of the difference.
Counter right-hander for the first time here. We see Banuelos inside the closed guard of Imanari. Now it's in Imanari's world, Mike.
Yeah, we're totally in Imanari's world, and you know, he's definitely a master of this. Banuelos, he should just, the legs open, get up and get out of there. And that's exactly what he just did.
Nice work from Antonio. Just adjusting that taping on the wrist of the right glove. His first taste of the ground war with Imanari. Didn't last long. Imanari doing a lot of posing here in southpaw stance. That chin propped up high again. Banuelos spinning back fist, but he just didn't time that one. It was nowhere near the target. The referee cautioning both men for inactivity there. Certainly Banuelos is looking for the strikes. Imanari doesn't seem so confident in his striking. And they touch gloves. Banuelos on the front foot. Inside leg kick from Banuelos. I'd love to see a left hook overhand right combination here from Antonio. And there it is, Mike, you must have heard me. Just fell short of that jaw. Again, Imanari doing a lot of posturing, Mike, but not throwing anything here.
Imanari does this, you know, I don't know, I don't want to say his will is broken, but it's almost like, you know, he has a game plan, only one directional. If he can't impose it, he really doesn't do a whole lot more.
He can be a very frustrating fighter when it doesn't go his way.
Yeah.
Banuelos inside the guard here. Hammer fist strike. 2 minutes 15 remaining in the second of 2. Feet on hips here. Controlling the posture is Imanari. Now looking to go to work on that right shoulder.
One of the things that Banuelos is doing really well here on the ground, and Hans, you come in from a grappling background, he's blocking Imanari's hips. If Imanari's hips are blocked, he can't shrimp in and out. He can't set up a lot of those submissions. He has, he's keeping him square on his back.
We can hear Banuelos' corner screaming at him to stay square, don't let him move his hips out to either side and get an angle to attack. And that's exactly what he's doing.
Got that shoulder looking for an omoplata here. No, throws the legs up nice and high, does Imanari. Look how comfortable Masakazu Imanari is in this position. Gets the arm out and lands a short left as Banuelos inside the closed guard here. 1 minute 25 remaining in the second.
This is actually where grapplers in Japanese MMA have a bit of an easier time, is because the elbows are not allowed. This is a perfect time to start throwing short elbows and not really, posture up too much and give the guy at the bottom too much room to work. But elbows are obviously illegal here in Japan.
1 foot on hips here from Imanari. Banuelos both wrists tied up, gets the left 1-3, a couple of hammer fist strikes.
You can hear the corner yell, open guard, open guard. Obviously the game plan, as soon as the legs open, get out of there.
And immediately Imanari closes the guard. Banuelos glances towards his corner. Who will be the first man through to the final of the Dream Bantamweight Grand Prix? Banuelos looked like he was trying to pass there. Go to half guard on the right side of the body. Stands up now, does Antonio. Wrist control though from Imanari. Antonio gets one hand free, drops a hammer fist strike. Oh, nice work from Imanari, ends up in top position. This is not where Banuelos wants to be. He's going to play the leg game here, Imanari. Banuelos back to his feet. Imanari pulls guard, Mike.
Yeah, great exchange there. I mean, and you can see how dangerous Imanari is. A slightest chance, he sweeps Antonio, goes for that footlock. Antonio obviously doing a great job defending it, and he now feels that with the 10 seconds to go, he can get a little more active, and he's starting to hammer him.
Two clean hammer fist strikes to the side of the jaw. Imanari doing a quick count of his teeth. Final seconds of the second round, gets off 2 more shots. Great performance from Banuelos. We saw the ground game, and he didn't sustain too much damage. Mike, how do you see it?
I mean, obviously this fight went to Banuelos. I mean, he was the aggressor from the beginning. Even on the ground, he was more aggressive. He was able to neutralize Imanari's attacks. He did a great job. He followed the game plan to the T. He didn't get overzealous. He didn't get overexcited. I think he fought a perfect fight.
Here, Banuelos again, standing up from the feet on hips position, back inside Imanari's guard. I like how Banuelos was always active while inside the guard. And Imanari, well, started very slow, Hans, and didn't seem to get out of first gear for me.
Yeah, like I said, he can be a very frustrating fighter when things don't go exactly as he planned. He's content to wait around and lose decisions in these kind of situations when he can't get a hold of what he wants, and I'd say that's exactly what happened here.
Has Banuelos got this one? He came in as the underdog, plus 130. Imanari was minus 160. Will we see the American through to the final of the Bantamweight Grand Prix? Fantastic crowd continues to build here on a sunny day in Tokyo. A little chilly outside, but certainly the sun's out. There are blue skies. I'd figure around 15,000, 16,000 people here at the moment, Mike, and still entering.
Yeah, the lower ball is almost full, and you can see that the top ball is starting to fill up as well. You know, this is a long show. This is a 9-hour show, so I think we're going to see people pile in here, as their schedule permits.
Imanari. 1H. He's done it. Antonio Banuelos becomes the first man through to the final of the Dream Bantamweight Grand Prix. His 20th career victory was a super cerebral fight. Folks, more to come from Dream New Year's Eve here at Saitama Super Arena. Up next, Bibiano Fernandez takes on Rodolfo Marquez.
にして決めるパワー型サブミッションと手堅い打撃で2年前メジャー級グランプリを駆け上がった今大会の優勝候補筆頭世界トーナメント1回戦日本の大塚貴文を相手に電光石火の柔術テクニックを披露格の違いをまざまざと見せつけた し多彩な柔術テクニックも披露。格上ビビアーノ・フェルナンデスを相手に大金星を奪えるのか。
Because every fight I get in that tournament has to win. Quem ligar? No Brasil, liga parado, e vai dar superar.
バランスの野生児リオデジャネイロのドラゴン。生き残るのはどっちだ。ドリームバンタム級世界トーナメント準決勝。ビビアーノ・フェルナンデス VS オドルフォ・マルケス・ディニス。
ただいまより本日の第3試合ドリームバンタム級世界トーナメント準決勝戦を行います。
And now for the third match.
青コーナーよりホドルフォ・マルケス・ディニス選手の入場です。
In the blue corner, from Brazil,
Can he keep his amazing winning streak going? Currently riding an 11-fight streak is Rodolfo Marquez Diniz. Has never been finished in his MMA career. 10 of his 15 fights have gone the distance. He's won a tournament before. It was a one-night tournament called Watch Out Combat 7 in April 2010. Representing the highly skilled Nova Inao camp, he trains with UFC bantamweights Renan Barao, Magni Fabiano, as well as former Pancrase and Sengoku featherweight champion Marlon Sandro and UFC featherweight champion Jose Aldo. Said in interviews earlier this week, this is the fight of my life. He comes in here in the semi-final round against the tournament favourite Bibiano Fernandez. He actually missed weight by 1.2 kilograms or 2.5 pounds on his first attempt times.
Yeah, well, he's a bit fortunate here, honestly, Michael, that this is only a 2-round fight, because in a 3-round fight that could come into play. In a 10-minute fight, I have to guess that a trained fighter is not going to lose stamina. But you know, you never know. That he was already pretty dried out. He's big for the weight class, and that missing that weight and having to cut 2.5 pounds could have an effect on this result.
Rodolfo taking his time here in preparation for the second semi-final of the Bantamweight Grand Prix as he sets to take on Bibiano Fernandez. He's beaten the likes of Yusuf Sadulayev and Jesse Brock, the only loss in his career to Luis Alberto Nogueira. And what tricks does he have up his sleeve for Bibiano Fernandez? Fernandez also boasting a very impressive record. And that's funny. Rodolfo's taken so long to come out here, they've restarted his song over again. Bounds over the top ropes. Finally, Rodolfo Marquez Diniz in the ring.
Bibiano Fernandez 選手の入場です。
Oh, you talking to him? You talking to me? Oh, you talking to me?
Kultagil, Matt Hume, Mike Takamoto, all in the corner here. Of the raging favourite, Bibiano Fernandes, the Brazilian they nicknamed the Flash. The former Dream Featherweight champion brings in a record of 9-3, has been the distance in 7 of his 12 fights. He's beaten the likes of Joachim Hansen, Hiroyuki Takaya, Masakazu Iwanari, Joe Warren. Last time out in the quarter-final round of the Bantamweight Grand Prix. As he gives me a little shoulder bump as he walks by Bibiano. He finished Takafumi Otsuka faster than my Blackberry's battery life. Bibiano Fernandes certainly confident as he struts his way to the ring. Here's how they stack up. The experience goes away of Marquez. 4 years the older is Bibiano. 1 inch the taller Bibiano. Both men weighed in at 134.5. That's on Marquez's second attempt. Fernandes, a 5-time world champion in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, winning all of his matches by submission in the 2003 World Championships, says he owes everything to Jiu-Jitsu. He transcended an extremely poor background, stricken with poverty as a youngster, to become a legitimate mixed martial arts star on a world scene. Will he have continued success here in Japan? He trained for 6 weeks at AMC Pankration in Seattle with Matt Hume, alongside Hayato Maha Sakurai. He looks very relaxed here, Mike.
Yeah, Bibiano always looks relaxed when he comes into the fight. You know, he's very confident. He trains as hard as anybody in the business. He's just one of those guys that has that very relaxed demeanor.
You know, you mentioned that Denise has the greater amount of MMA experience, and that's true. But a lot of the guys he was fighting are frankly not on Bibiano's level. And while he was out there having those fights, Bibiano was also winning world championships in Jiu-Jitsu. It's not like he was sitting on the couch eating chips.
You see Marquez bounding up and down in his corner. Fernandes still yet to enter the ring. What an imposing posse he has with him. Hume, Takamoto and Kultagil. Kultag telling me earlier he will make his fighting return here in Japan in 2012. Let's go up to Kay Grant. Bibiano Fernandes will look for another quick finish here. Semi-final number 2 of the Dream Bantamweight Grand Prix. We're under unified rules. No kicks to a grounded opponent. Knees are allowed. No elbows to the head. We are under 2 5-minute rounds for these semi-finals. The final, of course, will be 5 5-minute rounds. Michael Chavello, Mike Kogan, Hans Thompson with you from the Saitama Super Arena in Japan, live on HDNet. Here we go, round 1. Southpaw stance for Marquez. Inside leg kick nicely placed, high on the thigh there from Bibiano. Marquez has got to keep moving here. Bibiano is solid in his strikes. Inside thigh kick again from Bibiano, and a third time shoots in, then drives a knee to the lower right rib cage. You can hear Matt Hume in the corner in front of us, telling Bibiano, keep nice and relaxed. Checks the low kick, does Bibiano. So too does Marquez. Marquez now drops down for a double. Bibiano stuffs it. Locks up that single leg as Marquez threw a slow knee. Now switches to a double, does Bibiano. Tries to sweep out that left leg and gets him down. Inside half guard, Bibiano Fernandes.
He's attempting to do a Kimura, although the way Marquez fell down, he's right by the ropes. There's not much room to move.
Nice elbows to the hamstring here.
Marquez, of course, is a black belt in Jiu-Jitsu himself, so I don't think he's not a fish out of water here at all.
But there's black belts in there, but there's black belts too. I mean, Bibiano's a very, very good black belt.
Gets the elbow a little higher to the outside of the knee, that common peroneal nerve. And goes back downstairs to the hamstring area. Will he go to work on that right arm again here of Marquez?
That is very, very painful, by the way. The elbow going just like that in your thigh, I mean, that is ridiculously painful. And if this fight keeps going on, it's going to take its toll.
Coulthard Gill sitting in front of us, calling for the downward elbows once again, and Bibiano responds, hammering away at that thigh. This is solid work from Bibiano Fernandes. He comes in as the overwhelming favourite at -105 to win the entire tournament, at -205 here against Marquez, who is +165.
You can see from Marquez's face when we just saw it from the camera angle, he's definitely in pain from the elbows dropping to his thigh. I mean, it's very, very painful.
Those ones going to the rib cage. Fernandes remaining active, posting up on that right arm, then dropping the elbows. And again, Marquez with nowhere to go at the moment, all tied up like a pretzel. 2 minutes 45 remains in the first of two. Who will be the man to face Antonio Banuelos in the final? Good elbow work again from Fernandes. He's in front of Marquez's corner, where there are some concerned looks indeed, as Fernandes continues to hammer away with the right elbow.
Yeah, I mean, Fernandes is basically just going for overall damage here. He's taking his time to damage Rodolfo's body so that when they stand back up or whatever happens, you know, this thing takes a toll as the fight progresses.
It's a beautiful elbow to the kidney region earlier on there from Fernandes, and he goes back to that area. Just hacking away with the right elbow is Bibiano Fernandes. Now Marquez has got Fernandez's left arm hooked in through his legs. He's got the triangle in those legs, but it's not allowing Marquez to do anything from this position but be open on the right side of his body, Mike, for these elbows.
Yeah, well, what Marquez actually has a lot of options, but what he's afraid of is allowing Bibiano to pass his guard if he was to try to sweep him or get out of there. So he's basically just kind of looking at inching himself under. He's trying to sweep Bibiano over.
Still triangling the leg, now it's free. Bibiano back to his feet here. Marquez, though, still relaxed. His carcass taking enormous punishment from the elbows, now from the knuckles being turned in.
Yeah, as far as, you know, the overall damage from here, Bibiano obviously can't do as much. So in a way, Marquez is in a slightly better position here.
Listen to the thuds as he hooks around the second last rope here. Fernandes, who just pounds away on that kidney region.
I wonder if this is a last-minute change of strategy here due to the fact that he's missed weight, and you know they're going to the body a lot here, maybe figuring that he will be tired and he can come on strong in the second round and finish him.
Could be a clever game plan indeed. Fernandes working a treat off both sides of the body here in the first round.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, first of all, obviously, when you go to the body, it depletes your stamina, even if you didn't have a hard cut. And secondly, it's a smart strategy because if you look at Bibiano, he's sustaining no damage at all. There's no danger, there's no submission attempts, there's no punches going on. So really, it's like a glorified back training session at this point.
When guys go to Matt Hume's camp, it seems like they come out with some very clever strategies.
Bibiano walks straight over to his corner, gave Matt Hume a glance and a nod. We're back in centering now. Marquez off in southpaw stance, went for an inside thigh kick. Fernandes, gloves up nice and high. One of the best standing guards I've seen on a BJJ black belt. And he knows how to check kicks as well, Bibiano Fernandes. A lot of that comes courtesy of the training with Coulthard Gill. As we enter the first round, all one-way traffic, and it's all Bibi Town, Mike.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, you know, the tournament is all about strategies. You can have all the skills in the world, but if you employ a different wrong strategy and you end up overexerting yourself or coming up short, Bibiano did a perfect job. He took him down. He really damaged his body. He took no punishment of his own, and he killed 5 minutes on the clock. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better round.
Just went to town on the body and on the thighs, hamstring area of Marquez with those elbows, did Bibi Fernandes. And it's nice to see, Mike, that in the ring, our Dream Ring Girls have got new uniforms.
Yeah, a bit of a New Year's treat.
Certainly is a treat. Got a bit of backless turtleneck happening in centering as Matt Hume coaching Bibiano in the corner. Only a two-round fight here in semi-final number 2, so it's time for Marquez to really get to work and show some mettle. Fernandes, as always, in pristine physical condition. An absolute unit at this weight. inside thigh kick, nicely placed, and a front kick to the face from Marquez. Gut-munching knee, belly button through the back from Fernandez, doubles up on it.
Hey, Marquez really needs to try to turn the corner here and put Fernandez against the corner post and really try to get out of there. I mean, he can't really afford to be taken down against the pole again and that's exactly what he just did.
Nice to see these skip-up knees, Muay Thai style from Bibi Fernandez.
He's constantly adding stuff to his arsenal.
One of the most complete mixed martial artists in the game. Fernandez just nods at his corner, gives a little grin, says I'm okay, and drills that knee into the liver section. Then went upstairs looking for meet and greet, puts Marquez back in the blue corner. And the referee gives him a slap and a tickle and just says to Bibi, let's watch the junk. Corner calling for Fernandez to circle left, show him your hands. It's quality instruction. They don't want him circling right into the powerful left of Marquez.
Beautiful job there, slipping the jab.
Oh, there's the counter right. Marquez on rubber legs. He'll look for the takedown here. But Bibi had him wobbled. Fernandez changed him with a beautiful counter right hand, which is public enemy number one of the southpaw fighter. When you're fighting a southpaw, you've got to work that right ad nauseum all night long. And it's worked a treat so far for Fernandez. You can hear Matt Hume saying, drive your hips in here to Fernandez. 3 minutes 15 on the clock in the second and final round. There is a lot of ground for Marquez to cover here, Mike. He is way behind.
I mean, his hips were too far out. He really didn't have any leverage at all to be able to take Fernandez down at that point. I think he was more resting than anything.
And you can see here Fernandez just paying attention to the 3 golden rules of fighting a southpaw. Get your lead foot on the outside of their lead foot, counter their left hand, and throw the right as much as you can. Nice knee again to the midsection from Fernandez. Good push off there from Marquez, creates some space, but he's got to work it now. Counter right hand from Marquez as Bibi went to the inside thigh. The 10-2 is what Matt Hume's calling for. I assume it's the inside leg kick followed by the straight right hand.
Nice knee there from Marquez, almost connected.
Left hook from Bibi, didn't turn the knuckles in though. You can hear again Matt Hume calling for the 10-2. The 2, of course, is the right cross. The 10 is, I think, the inside thigh kick. And it's Marquez that gets the better of the inside thighs. That was a lazy left hand from Marquez, too flat-footed to throw with any real extension. Oh, Fernandez backed into the neutral corner here. Marquez showing some strength. Double underhooks here from Marquez. 1 minute 50 remains in the final round. Gotta watch that right knee here, Marquez. And Hume just calling for a body lock here. Marquez breaks off, actually caught him with the inside of the palm. Overhand right from Fernandez. Hooking right punch there from Marquez.
Marquez is really just going for broke at this point. I mean, he's just throwing haymakers, trying to see if he can catch Fernandez with anything and hopefully just knock him out. I think his body is tired. He's very depleted. I'm sure that the first round didn't help him because he'll get in the clinch, but he doesn't really have any energy to do anything from there.
Definitely working hard for just a 2-round fight.
Outside thigh kick from Fernandez, doubles up on it nicely to the lower quadriceps, checks the inside thigh kick. We've got under 1 minute remaining. Good left hook from Bibi Fernandez, drops down for a single. That caught him clean on the jaw. Marquez has been wobbled twice in this round so far. First time by a right, that time by a left. And Fernandez gives Coulter-Gill a wink. He is in control here, Bibi Fernandez. And the legs of Marquez are a kaleidoscope of red and purple welts. Single leg here from Marquez.
Marquez needs to be able to bring his hips in order to generate enough leverage to take Bibiano down, and it's just not happening right now.
Fernandez relaxed in the corner.
Take his head, take his head, take his head, take his head. You got 10 seconds, man. 10 seconds.
Shop slower here. Marquez desperately trying for that leg. The opening is here for a knee for Marquez. Bibby pumps both fists into the air. He will go through to the final of the Bantamweight Grand Prix later tonight to face Antonio Banuelos. And Mike, what a showdown that will be.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that fight. I mean, you know, obviously, Bibiano brings a world of grappling experience that's on a whole different level and a lot more multi-dimensional than Imanares. In stand-up, I don't know. Maybe I'd have to give Banuelos a slight advantage. It would definitely be a great final.
Bibiano Fernandez, the favorite. There was a lot of striking in it. You've got to wonder what sort of toll it took on Fernandez, but as I said, such a specimen at this weight is Bibiano that you feel he'll regroup quite easily backstage to face Banuelos in probably about 2.5 hours time, Mike.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, lucky for Bibiano, this fight, the show is so long. By the time that he gets to the ring again, he would have had at least 2.5, 3 hour rest.
Some good sportsmanship here from Marquez, shaking hands with Mac Takamoto. You may remember Mac from Twin Peaks, one of my favorite TV series from quite a while ago. My body wrapped in plastic. Well, Mac had a role on Twin Peaks, and there's Coulter Gill as well as Matt Hume in the corner of Bibiano Fernandez. It is all part of Dream at New Year's Eve 2011 here at the Saitama Super Arena. Hope you're enjoying all the action live on HDNet. It is unanimous, as if there was ever a doubt about it. Bibiano Fernandez through to the final to take on Antonio Banuelos. And coming up next, the goddess of Japanese mixed martial arts, Megumi Fuji, and Kara Benitez.
ユースの中では自分が一番のところにいるんで、狙われる立場なので、だからといってチャンピオンだからとかそういうの気にせず、普通にどんな選手と当たる時も、全力で潰していくかなという気持ちです。
対するは新空手ライジングサン園田健吾。空手をベースとしたファイトスタイルで新空手やライズのアマチュア大会など多くの大会を制覇してきた園田。しかし K1 甲子園2009ファイナル16で敗退。クラッシュユースグランプリ2回戦敗退とノイリが優勝した大会では結果が残せなかった。
K1 甲子園、あと US グランプリでもいつも自分より前にいる選手というか上にいる選手なので、今回こういうチャンスをもらってやっぱり自分自身倒さないといけない相手だなっていうのはあります。
初の直接対決。
試合っていうのは何があるかわからないっていうような試合をしていきたいなと思っています。
絶対王者か。
いつも通り自分らしく、戦って圧勝したいと思います。
下克上か。
ロイ君は自分のことを舐めてると思うけど、自分は1年通じて、練習も試合もやってきたので、それを全部ぶつけるつもりだからよろしく。
vs 園田健吾。
ただいまより本日の第4試合、元気ですか近畿ボクシングワンマッチを行います。 And now for the fourth match。アウトドアより園田健吾選手の入場です。
We are under kickboxing rules here at Dream New Year's Eve 2011 as young Kengo Sonoda makes his way to the ring. Behind him, Taishin Koruimaki. You remember him, a long-time KO Max veteran Koi. The man who possesses one of the finest front kicks I've ever seen, and I've seen them all. I mean, Koi in his career used his front kick not like a jab, as most people do, but like a devastating right cross. Sonoda, who trains in Kyokushin karate, the hardest form of karate, of course developed by Masatatsu Oyama. Oyama was renowned, if you don't know too much about Kyokushin, do look him up, Master Oyama. He fought bulls to help promote the sport of karate across America. He'd knock out bulls with one punch between the eyes and then shear off their horns with a shuto strike, or a knife hand strike. He could also bend a dime between his index finger and his thumb. Performed a lot of epic feats, including being the only man in history, Masoyama, to complete a 300-man kumite, defeating all 300 opponents consecutively over 3 days. Never been repeated since. Through the ropes goes the Kyokushin black belt, Kengo Sonoda. Sonoda, like Koruimaki, is known for his front kick. In karate, of course, known as the Maigeri. The fantastically talented Muay Thai stylist Masaki Noiri brings in a 6-2 record. He was the 2009 K1 Koshin Under-18 champion, the 2011 Crush Supernova champion. He trains out of the Oishi Gym down in Nagoya. He has defeated the likes of Hiroya, Koya Urabe, Ryuji Kawajare. Still a high school student at Shikakukan High. His only loss, or one of his 2 losses, his toughest one, was to Yuta Kubo, who we'll also see on tonight's card. The Muay Thai amulet around the neck here of Noiri. 6-2 versus 3-2. 2 years the older is Sonoda. 2 inches the taller is Noiri. And both men weighed in at 140.8. Kickboxing rules here at Dream New Year's Eve 2011.
これより第4試合を行います。青コーナー 169センチ 63.5 キロ園田健吾赤コーナー174センチ64キロノイマサキヘビートーナメント
なおこの試合はリングですがキックボクシングルールで行われます。
Final instructions from Taishin Kororomaki in the corner of Sonoda. Meanwhile, the team from Uishi Gym in the corner of Noiri. No elbows or forearm strikes, no clinching with both hands. Single-handed clinching is allowed. 3 knockdowns in 1 round and the fight is over. We are under 3 3-minute rounds. The height and reach advantage goes the way of Noiri. It's good to see kickboxing on this card here tonight. A lot of fans, I think uninformed fans, seem to think kickboxing around the world is dead. Let me tell you, it is far, far from it. You've got to watch shows like Evolution. Go watch the King's Cup where they put 100,000 people there. Go watch the Challenger Series. Go watch Kings of Combat. Watch Crush. Kickboxing is well and truly alive worldwide. Michael Chavello, Mike Hogan with you, and the Hanslighter, Hans Thompson, high left round there from Sonoda. Not to mention, of course, the all It's Showtime cards coming out of Europe. All sellout crowds. Inside leg kick from Sonoda. Noiri goes to the outside thigh. Double hook from Sonoda. Noiri's got to use his reach advantage here. Got to sit behind his jab. At the moment, allowing the shorter Sonoda to get on the inside. And not only shorter in stature, Sonoda, but shorter in his arm length.
So far, Sonoda is actually doing a great job using his kicks to offset the reach and then coming in on the inside and fighting on the inside.
Turning left hook from Sonoda. Gut munching front kick from Noiri. Left hook, uppercut, high right round kick combination from Sonoda. Good little knee on the inside there from Noiri. Referee will caution Sonoda here. Nice high guarding there from Noiri. Gets the outside thigh kick. Already some red welting on the outside lead thigh of Sonoda. Left hook turned into a jab from Sonoda. One of the common criticisms of full contact karate fighters on the background of Sonoda, say Kyokushin karate, is that in full contact karate, they do not permit head strikes with the hands. So a lot of the karateka come in and get knocked out by punches in kickboxing. But there have been a number of Kyokushin karate stylists who have achieved enormous success in kickboxing. Andy Hagen, Sam Greco, to name just a couple. Good straight right hand down the center corridor there from Noiri. Double forearm shrug. That was nicely done from Sonoda. Oh, liver shot. What he needs to do, though, is to bring the knuckles up, drive them through the 9th and 10th rib on the right side of the body there of Sonoda. Double jab right hand from Sonoda. So much speed between these two light fighters. Digs away for the liver shot again like he's digging for oil there, Noiri. And he just puts the exclamation mark on that technique, foot in face. None of these punches, though, cleanly getting through for Sonoda. He is busy, but he's finding nothing but forearm.
Yeah, I mean, Noiri's he's got a great defense, and when it comes to precision of his punches, they're always on the button. The problem is that a lot of times these judges are looking at the more active fighter as the one that's doing the more fighting, so to speak, even though the damage is not there. So Noiri really needs to start picking it up, but he's traditionally a slow starting fighter.
Right hand down the tube from Sonoda. Just a good high guard off the right leg. Nice high check to get the round kick of Noiri. Noiri tries for a jumping knee to no avail in the final seconds of this round. Beautiful tipping left hand. And it may see the first round tipped in the favor of Masaki Noiri. One of 2 kickboxing fights on tonight's card, of course. The next one will be Yuta Kubo versus Nils Vidland. Yuta Kubo, of course, the K1 Max Lightweight Champion, NJKF Featherweight Champion, WPMO Super Featherweight Champion, one of the finest in the business. It is a treat to have Kubo on this card, as you see the beautiful liver shot there, dipping off the left hand of Masaki Noiri.
You know, Mike, it's one thing to bring up is that's the beauty of the New Year's Eve show, is that it gives you the combination of kickboxing fights as well as the mixed martial arts, and it really shows you what a high level of striking there is. what really a high level of striking is all about, as you see in these guys. It's just phenomenal.
Sonoda and Noiri. Both men need to start to break down the other's forearms. The best way to do that is to simply kick away like the Thais do. Get those arms to lower, get those arms to tire. And that'll allow them to come over the top with the handiwork. Here we go, second round of 3. Hip kick to the lead thigh from Sonoda, then goes upstairs, switching off the round kick. Noiri walks in for a front kick, fires one back of his own. You've got to watch the front kick on Sonoda. It is his preferred weapon, the Koei special. Doesn't have the legs of Koei. But for a short man, he certainly works the front kick well. Counter right hand there from Sonoda. Left hook not able to curl around the right glove. Oh, good straight right hand down the tube from Noiri. Sonoda with the left hook, tags him with the right to the orbital. This is good work from Sonoda early on in the round, 50 seconds down. And still Masaki Noiri making the mistake of not using his God-given abilities, God-given gifts of reach. He is constantly allowing Kengo Sonoda on the inside. Noiri needs to be sitting behind his own leg kicks, his front kicks and his jab.
You know, it's almost like Noiri underestimated Sonoda's stand-up, you know, Sonoda's striking abilities.
You see again, Sonoda on the inside, this is not where he should be against Noiri.
No, and he's beating him to the punch on the inside because he's got shorter hands, he's able to land it faster.
And what was so impressive about Noiri in his wins, you know, in winning the K1 Koshien Championship, in beating Hiroya, in beating Koya Urabe, was the way he used his jab and used his reach to set everything up. Not doing it here, though, against Sonoda. Counter punching again here, Sonoda. You see how he checked the inside leg kick, then came on the inside. And as soon as Noiri comes close, Sonoda, the beautiful double forearm guard. Once again, nothing getting through, so Noiri's got to go back down to the liver shot. Gets airborne on the knee. It was no knockdown, though. The referee's going to put a count on here, but I don't think there was a knockdown.
That's unfair. No, he literally lunged at him and just caught him off balance. There was...
Well, this is unfortunate for Kengo Sonoda.
It really is, because it basically puts this fight at even at best. Might even give Noiri an advantage, because this is a 10-8 round.
That said, it's good strategy, though, for Noiri to keep going after those jumping knees, and he does it again. Sonoda backed up by a right hand from Noiri. Trying to thread the knee over the top of the right shoulder, Noiri. Old front kick, foot in mouth. I'll taste my feet. No double-handed clinching allowed here. We are not under Muay Thai rules. Whipping high left around there from Noiri. Nice front kick off the lead leg. 4-punch combination. Liver shot from Noiri. The uppercut missed the target. Good exchange from both these young men in the final 30 seconds. Mike, even round, I'd say, given that the referee counted it as a knockdown there against Sonoda.
Yeah, you know, it's really, really disappointing that he did, because, you know, it was a great round. I think Noiri is starting to pick Sonoda apart a little bit. I mean, it was a great round, but just, in my opinion, a mistake like that by the referees now cost Sonoda a round by 2 points. Now he's got to, you know, really fight back to try to get back into this fight. Very disappointing.
It is all part of Dream New Year's Eve 2011 live on HDNet. Hope you're enjoying all the action, folks. If you're online and on Twitter, make sure you add at HDNet Fights, at HDNet. While you're at it, at Chevello Voice, at Mike Hogan, and at Hanslater. Noiri looking very relaxed in the corner. Fantastic crowd continues to file in here at the Saitama Super Arena. I'd say we're edging closer to that 20,000 mark now, Mike.
Yeah, he's definitely starting to fill up. I mean, like I said, you know, this is a very, very long show, so we're going to see people come in here.
Third and final, high left round kick from Sonoda. You know, Kyokushin karatekas are known as having some of the most powerful leg kicks of any karate style in the world. You may have seen their displays, breaking ice, breaking bats. I mean, there is a way to rig an ice break. I won't tell you how, but there is a way to do it. But still to smash through some of the slabs of ice that they do. And the baseball bats, very impressive. Body shot from Sonoda. Nordy goes high. Look at that counter right hand from Sonoda. And again, he fires it, just misses the jaw. You know, a little too close. That was nice work from Nordy, pressing his hips up into Sonoda. Sonoda cleverly circling counterclockwise, wants to stay out of the range of that right hand. And now Nordy switching to southpaw again. So Sonoda drifts off to his left. Keeping that lead foot on the outside of the lead foot of Nordy. Works that right hand. That's what he wants to do, Sonoda. Nordy, the gloves turned outwards in a Muay Thai stance. Oh, good high left round there from Nordy. Tried to loop the shin around the back of the neck. And he goes under the armpit. He is working that rear leg, that left-legged treat here, Masaki Nordy. A little bit of swelling under the right eye, courtesy of those left hooks from Sonoda. Front kick from Sonoda.
He already is definitely starting to find his rhythm, and he's starting to fight tall, the way he should have been doing in the first round.
And as soon as Sonoda gets on the inside now, Nordy tying him up. Very clever work here from Masaki Nordy. Under a minute remaining in the fight.
Yeah, I mean, a very good adjustment. You know, it shows that he's a seasoned kickboxer who knows what he's doing. If he wins this round, obviously he's going to have this fight.
Switching momentarily now to orthodox stance is Nordy and cracks away at that outside lead thigh. The hemline on that lead leg of Sonoda is blistered red. Now come the knees, and he's attacking that same spot over and over again is Masaki Nordy. Sonoda is losing this round. Beautiful trajectory, 45-degree angle, Thai style, chopping down on that lead leg, Masaki Nordy. And again, he has just butchered that lead thigh, Mike.
I mean, he's destroying the lead leg. He's taking away any speed that Sonoda might have had. And he's also, you know, he's utilizing the clinch very well to neutralize Sonoda's attacks from the inside, but then punishing him with that leg kick repeatedly.
Good step through, knee to the sternum. Oh, jumping round kick, front kick to the face. And Nordy ends in style. He'll take that one, Mike. He'll take the fight.
Yeah, he definitely took that round. I mean, by far. If he would have fought like that from the beginning, I mean, this would have been a walk in the park. But with that in a 10-8 round in a second, he definitely takes this fight.
Some of the action as it went down in that third round. Beautifully done. Just needed to torque a little bit more with the hips, pivot on the lead leg, and turn that shin through. With a counter left there from Nordy. Sonoda forced to back up time and time again in that third round. And the jumping round kick, switch up round, a high front kick to end the third and final there for Masaki Nordy. Excitement here at the Saitama Super Arena. You can feel it when you know you've got Shinya Aoki Kataoka, when you know you've got Satoshi Ishii and Fedor Emelianenko. So much action. First judge to Nordy. It is all one-way traffic. Masaki Nordy goes 7-2. The 2009 K1 Koshian champion. He won it on New Year's Eve 2 years ago. It is great to see him in the winner's circle yet again. Folks, when we return, the outstanding Yuta Kubo and Nils Vidlund.
K1 マックスライト級日本トーナメント王者久保優太。
今年ですね、僕にとって今年の夢であったK1マックスのトーナメントで優勝できたということで、そこからですね、僕は7戦僕はしていますけど、今年7戦
し最後の対戦相手はニルス・ビードランド。久保と同世代の25歳ながらプロで80戦しているキックボクサー。日本初上陸で王者狩りを狙う。
対戦相手の印象はキャリアは80戦と僕より全然豊富で、僕としては自分より格上の選手だと思っているので、挑戦する気持ちで頑張りたいと思っています。
久保優太の大晦日。
僕にとって大晦日という舞台は格闘技のオールスター戦だと思っていて、アーツ選手やバンマ選手と同じ大会に出られるということはとても光栄で、僕にとっては本当に夢のような舞台で、当日は逆に僕はK1立ち技格闘技を代表して、それをアピールできるような、見せれるような試合をしたいと思っています。
憧れの舞台で憧れの選手と2011年蹴り納め。
今年最後の大舞台なので、皆さんが見ていて楽しいと思うような試合をできるように頑張りますので、ぜひとも応援よろしくお願いいたします。
元気ですか。キックボクシングルール、久保優太 VS ニルス・ビードランド。
ただいまより本日の第5試合、元気ですかキックボクシングワンマッチを行います。青コーナーよりニルス・ビードランド選手の入場です。
Sunshoe stylist Nils Vidlund brings in an extensive record 70 and 15, including amateur and professional Sunshoe kickboxing and Muay Thai bouts. He travelled to San Diego to prepare for this fight at Team Black House and Blue Ocean Thai Boxing. I'll tell you something about Nils Vidlund. He was in the bus travelling with us to the arena, and he said to me, "Boys, I've got to get this one over and done with early. I've got to knock out Yuta Kubo in the first round because I'm going back to Narita and catching a plane back to San Diego just up at midnight tonight."
Exactly. He said, I can't be hanging around here for 3 rounds. I got to end this thing. I got a plane to catch.
But I tell you what, Mike, we've called Yuta Kubo in his lightweight championship of Max. If there's a way to beat Yuta, and there are very, very few ways to beat the incredible Yuta Kubo, it is to pounce on him early.
Oh, absolutely. You got to get a start. Kubo is a slow starter, but once he gets going, he establishes a rhythm that you just cannot compete with. You got to get to him early. You got to be able to close the distance. He's a very lengthy fighter, and he likes to fight very tall. You got to get there early, and you got to do some serious damage and not be able to get him to establish his momentum.
アグローナより久保優太選手の入場です。
crazy, screaming Lady Lenny Hart at her finest. Did it just make your New Year, Mike, earlier tonight before the show when Lenny came over and gave us a kiss?
Yeah, I mean, this woman, you know, she is as much a part of Japanese MMA as anything, as Saitama Super Arena, as Sakuraba, as any of the stars. I mean, without her, the shows are not the same.
Yuta Kubo may look like a muppet, but this man is a machine. The K1 Max under 63 kilo champion. The New Japan Kickboxing Federation featherweight champion. Currently riding a 7-fight winning streak. Began training in Taekwondo at the age of 8. Kickboxing at the age of 15. You'll see the Taekwondo kicks are still in his arsenal. Made his pro debut in 2005. He was only 17 years old, still in high school. He's currently on a sabbatical from Asia University. And this young man can just do it all. Every arsenal, every weapon available. We are ready for 3 rounds of action. No elbows or forearms, no clinching with double hands, single-handed clinches only. 3 knockdowns in 1 round, and the fight is over. Fantastic crowd. Great atmosphere as always. Saitama Super Arena, New Year's Eve in Japan. No place else I'd rather be. And you're enjoying it all live on HDNet. Michael Chavello, Mike Kogan, Hans Thompson with you. What a contest here. What an ask for Nils Vidlund, the Swede, taking on one of the hottest fighters in his division. One of the finest lightweights, not only in Japan, but in the world, Yuta Kubo. And Vidlund has to come out smoking here. Here we go, opening round. Kubo in southpaw stance. And look at the snap of the jab early on and the high left round kick from Kubo. Outside leg kick from Vidlund. Kubo will probe with that jab. He'll set it to fire the left cross. But as I said, there is nothing he can't do. Every trick available, every technique, Yuta Kubo will throw. Beautiful 2-punch combination. Good counter kick there from Vidlund. Kubo will look to always control center ring, force Vidlund to the outside, but at the moment Vidlund doing a nice job on the inside thighs. Spinning back fist, high left round from Yuta Kubo. The old Manson Gibson specialty. Inside thigh kick from Vidlund. Catch and sweep. This is not permitted under these rules. Referee should be cautioning Nils Vidlund. If it was a Muay Thai fight, not a problem. You can hold the leg as long as you want and smash away, but not under these modified rules. Oh, Kubo, so much power in his kicks as Vidlund wisely sweeps out the support leg. But every time, Mike, Kubo throws a kick, it is just tremendously powerful.
Not just a kick. Notice everything he throws now is with mean intentions. I mean, when he throws that left cross, he means to hurt you with it. It's not just to, you know, score points. Everything he's throwing is with mean intentions. He's starting to really mature as a fighter.
Nice evasion, gets underneath the right hand from Vidlund, all tied up in the center of the ring. Referee gives a slap and a tickle and breaks both men. Long-reaching jab. That rear leg round kick, Vidlund has got to find a way to stop it. It is the prime weapon of Yuta Kubo.
And so far, he's not been able to do it. Catching it is not discouraging Kubo from throwing it. He's continuing to throw it.
So the problem about fighting Yuta Kubo is if you drift off to your left, so you get away from that power side, the left side of Kubo, you're still drifting into a terribly powerful jab.
Yes, and that's what I said. I mean, everything he's throwing now is with mean intentions. He's really upped his game And I think a lot of it has to do with, you know, we watched him when he was still a kid. He's maturing as an adult. He's starting to feel that man strength, so to speak.
Oh, nice counter right hand after the spinning hook kick attempt there.
Oh, and a double leg attempt. No, he grabbed both of his legs.
Well, we went for a full Thai clinch there, not permitted under these rules though, Niels Vidland. Could be a little frustrating here for Vidland because he does play his trade mostly these days in full Muay Thai. Of course, without the double-handed clinch, without the elbows here, it does take some getting used to.
Well, Vidland has fought under K1 rules in Europe and in the Ring of the Kings and many other promotions. I think, you know, the thing we have to give to Vidland is a little credit is he took this fight on less than 10-day notice. He lives in the United States where, let's just admit, he's not getting the best kickboxing training there is. And he's not exactly fighting a newcomer here. You know, he's fighting Yuta Kubo. So props to him. I mean, he's, you know, I think he's doing about as well as you can expect him to do here. That being said, Kubo is obviously starting to just completely take him apart. I mean, he's...
Did you see that there? That was just beautiful.
Pretty much doing whatever he wants at will. But, you know, I mean, what Kubo lacks in the looks department, he's definitely making up for that in the skills department. So
I love the way that Kubo throws that left leg in the Brazilian kick style, the question mark kick. Doesn't quite whip it over the top of the gloves in the way that Glaube Feitosa or Francisco Filho used to do, but he's still highly effective with that.
Well, he's not a Brazilian, so.
It's true. We are ready to rock and roll. Second round of action. Hope you're enjoying all this kickboxing action here at Dream New Year's Eve. You can catch a lot of kickboxing action coming in 2012 on HDNet. We've got it Showtime, the finest shows out of Europe with all the big stars, including Bada Hari, Gokhan Saki, and more. And look at this, Kuba, who, unlike Noiri in the previous fight, is using his reach advantage. Counter right hand from Vidland, needs a little bit more mustard behind it. And Kubo just leans back like Fat Joe. Oh, nice left hook from Vidland, went for the uppercut. Kubo stuffed it. All tied up in center ring, they tango. Kubo shrugs him off, he'll sit a jab now. No, it's a high left round. And again off the left. It's just a beautiful rear leg round kick he works here, Yuta Kubo.
Yeah, Vidland actually just threw a Brazilian kick of his own.
Tied up. A lot of instruction being barked from both corners here. Vidland, as Kogan said, only taking the fight on 10 days' notice. What a tremendous effort against the K1 Max Lightweight champion. Outside leg hit the back leg there from Kubo. Went up for the decapitator. And look at the evasion. Goes back to center ring. He forces Vidland back with a front kick. 1 minute 35 remaining in the second round.
I mean, Kubo is just picking him apart. I mean, you know, a little bit at a time. He's starting to get through all the defenses. He's starting to really have his way here.
Turning right hand and a left hook from Kubo. Glancing right from Vidland. Nice high right round from Vidland. Right hand lead and Kubo saw it coming, lands a knee to the liver, backs Vidland to the neutral corner. Vidland's got to get off the ropes here, or Kubo will go to town on him. And he does, almost folds him in half like origami with that knee. This is just solid body work now from Yuta Kubo. And Vidland is going to get a caution here. 1 point deduction for double-handed grappling, I believe. As I said, very frustrating to come into a fight under these rules on 10 days' notice and have to take one hand out of the grapple and also minus the elbows. Body shot from Kubo. He went to the navel.
I think, you know, when it comes to kickboxing, that's like the hardest thing for these guys is that so many promotions have slight variations to the rules, and you know, when you're in there and you have a split second to think, I mean, you can't, you know, be like, where am I at? And, you know.
Ooh, turning back kick to the midsection from Kuba. Have a look at this now. Yuta Kuba with more kick than a can-can dancer. High knee from Vidland to no avail. And Kuba is putting on a clinic here, Mike.
Oh, I mean, like I said, he's picking him apart. You know, Vidland is like I said, I mean, he's doing about as well as can be expected of him he's in there, he's hanging in. You know, he's not taking a beating, but he's definitely getting out kickboxed here by Kubo.
With the game plan of Vidland being to finish the fight early, now out the window, you've got to wonder what can Nils Vidland do to just even slow down Yuta Kubo. And he's 1 point in arrears after the deduction in the second round.
Well, obviously he needs a knockdown just to even try and attempt and even out the scorecard. But really, at this point, it's a beyond uphill battle. Kubo has found his rhythm, he's found his timing, you know, and he's pretty much just kind of cruising at this point through into the third round. Nils, he's gonna have to just really go for broke and start throwing some real power behind it and hope that he can clip Kubo and put him on the cameras. Other than that, he can't just stand there and kickbox with him. He's losing that battle.
We are ready to rock and roll. Third and final round of this lightweight kickboxing contest. Yuta Kubo is the K1 Max champion in this weight division against Nils Vidland of Sweden. And look at the ferocity on Kubo early on. Digging away to the body, knee up to the midsection, three-punch combination, creates room, tags him on the jawline with the right hand, throws a knee up the center corridor again, does Kubo. He is just assaulting Nils Vidland, but Vidland is standing there and trading. The Swede has gusto. He's not going to go quietly into the night here, Nils Vidland.
No, he's definitely not laying down, but ironically, Kubo is the one that turned up the heat here in the third round, which is what we were expecting out of Vidland to do. But I think he's just really exhausted. I mean, Kubo has really damaged his body. It took all the wind out of him. You know, at this point, it's just all heart.
Oh, Kubo, big sub-thumping left hand to the body, followed by a knee. Shot between the eyes. Oh, the high left round kick! The big kibosh! Vidland goes down. Yuta Kubo with the kick he's been looking for 2.5 rounds. Vidland's not going to get up. It's all over. Finita la musica.
Yeah, I mean, even if he was get up, actually, I was just going to say the corner said, if he comes back up, throw a left hook. You know, and really, at this point, I think it was more of an exhaustion. I think he got knocked down from a fight, and he just kind of looked out like, even if I get up, I'm not going to finish this fight. You know, props to him. Like I said, 10-day notice. This is a tall order.
Yuta Kubo shows why he is a three-time champion in 3 different organizations. If you've never seen him fight before, you've been treated to one of the finest lightweight kickboxers on the planet. Take a look at the excellence of execution, the torque of the hips, the pivot on the balls of the lead foot, loop the shin around the back of the neck. Nils Vidland down for the count. That was just textbook roundhouse kick. Stiff jab that we spoke about. Shin meets forehead. A little knee to the liver section to finish the job. And well, at this moment, I'd rather be a cabbage than a Swede. The belt over the shoulder, the K1 Max lightweight belt of Yuta Kubo. His record now 31-6-1 with 14 KOs, almost a 50% knockout ratio on Yuta Kubo. Yuta Kubo soaking up the goodwill that's being showered upon him here as this crowd continues to build. It is 5:15 in the evening here in Tokyo. Translator, some words here from Yuta Kubo.
'Just say thanks for coming and watching me fight on this really big stage here.
僕はやっぱり来年選手たちもみんな頑張ってるので、やっぱりこれからも K1 と通じドリームでも格闘技界をどうかよろしくお願いします。
So you just said, you know, next year continue to support K1 and Dream. Everyone's doing their best. So I'm going to do my best next year. So please continue to support us.
Super talented and a super nice young man, Yuta Kubo. It runs to the family. His younger brother Kenji, also a professional kickboxer, 17-5 record. At 22 years old, the youngest kickboxing world champion in Japan is Kenji Kubo. Great sportsmanship there from both Yuta Kubo and Nils Vidlund. Vidlund, who is catching a plane in exactly 7 hours and 15 minutes time. And this is how he's sent home. Jab, high left around, and a beautiful knee to the liver. A succulent combination from one of the finest in the sport, Yuta Kubo. Just have a look at Kubo here in the third round, teeing off on him like a golf course. Boom! Shin across face, it was all over from there. Awesome. Yuta Kubo elated. Only been stopped once in his career by Tetsuya Yamato. The Battleship Yamato, what a great rematch that may be in 2012. You know, Kubo said in his interview yesterday, it's my job to show people how interesting stand-up fighting is. And he certainly did that yet again here tonight, as he always seems to do.
Stay tuned, fight fans. More action from Saitama Super Arena right after this.
The Saitama Super Arena in Japan, where fans continue to file in on what is becoming a huge night of action still to come. Fedor Emelianenko, Satoshi Ishii, Shinya Aoki, Satoru Kitaoka, and more on this stacked card. What a night it's been here so far. 4 fights in. Mike, what has been the favorite for you so far? For me, it was that knockout by Yuta Kubo.
Definitely Yuta Kubo knockout was gangster. For me personally, it was the Banuelos fight. I thought he fought a very smart fight. You know, very strategic, very tactical. He didn't overextend. I thought he just did a great job.
Hans Lader, what have you enjoyed so far?
You know what, Tokoro is one of my favorites, and I hate to say this, but that knockout was pretty impressive, that slam. It's not every day you see a slam KO.
It has been a violent night so far. It has been a happening night so far. Folks, just to let you know, those watching live, we are going for quite a lengthy intermission at the moment, so we're going to have a couple of special features for you here on HDNet. First of all, we'll go back to Dynamite 2 years ago and the final of the Super Hulk tournament. Remember this one, Minowa Man versus Sokuju. Final being contested under Dream rules. It will be 3 5-minute rounds. Round by round judging on a 10-point must system and no kicks to the head of a grounded opponent. We are ready for the final. Minowa Man, the underdog with the bookmakers plus 265. Sokuju minus 325. Michael Chavello, Guy Mezga, and Jason Mayer-Miller with you.
You know, real quick though, a note that needs to be made is that this is a 10-point must system, round by round, which is different than they normally score in the Japanese fighting, which is it's more like the UFC and Strikeforce.
Yeah, they've also changed up usually the first round is 10 minutes. This time these guys got a break, 5 minutes. It's a phenomenally long time to fight, but still not the 10 minutes they're used to.
Who will throw down first in the Super Hulk final? A very tentative start as Sokuju just tries to cut off the ring. Minowa Man looks like he's setting for the right hand. It'll be Sokuju with the size, with the strength, with the power. But Minowa Man is capable of those thrilling submissions should it go to ground. We also know Minowa Man has been particularly working on his striking in preparation for tonight.
Yeah, you know, and that right leg being all taped up like that, Minowa Man's got to be looking at that like a packed lunch or a bento box.
Oh, you're not
because
kidding.
You know, he's great with those leg locks. If he can get down to the ground, you know, I don't see him trying to take that ankle home with him.
Yeah, I mean, a toe hold or a heel hook would light that knee up pretty quick.
Yeah, but these guys are both really tentative, you know. I mean, I guess they really want to win the Super Hulk tournament.
Minowa Man, who is wearing the wrestling boots here to give him more traction should he shoot in on Sokoju, and he goes for a single leg on that back leg. Can't get it locked on though, and they tie up against the ropes.
Yeah, early on, Sokoju is phenomenally hard to take down. You know, I mean, if you've seen it in his other fights, in the opening minutes, he's hard to take down. If Minowa Man gets this takedown, it's going to be devastating for his confidence.
Yeah, I think that had some of the tentativeness of the fight here.
Oh, guard.
Yeah, why? And a half guard. He pulled half guard.
Yeah, he wants to be down on the ground for sure.
Uppercut from Sokoju. Big outside thigh kick,
nice.
Single leg here from Minowa Man. Can he sweep up the support leg?
Amazing.
Ground and pound coming in from Sokoju. This is one of his greatest strengths. This is how he made it to the Super Hulk final. Minowa's going to go for a submission. Sokoju tries to pull the leg out. It's that right leg you were talking about, Mayhem.
I told you. You know, he's really looking for that submission early on. I don't see him getting it from here. He's out already.
Sokoju goes to side control. Drills in the right hand to the jawline. And again. Hammer fist strike on the side of the head from Sokoju.
Yeah, not the greatest position for Minowa Man to be in, but right now he's still just humping for that takedown. Look at him.
Double leg from Minowa again, tries to pull guard inside the half guard here, Sokoju.
Now to the other side with the leg lock.
What he's doing is he's pulling like a position to go for that submission. He's not really pulling guard. What he's doing is he's pulling with his leg in between there so he can go bring his leg on the outside. Oh, nice knee.
Oh, it left his jaw dangerously exposed for the Muay Thai clinch and knee back into side control for some groundwork again.
Really bad position here from Minowa Man.
Under 2 minutes remaining. Only 5-minute rounds here tonight, as opposed to the usual 10-minute opening round.
Sokoju really taking
control here. Oh, it takes
here.
them back, and he's going to try and choke him here, Sokoju.
Oh,
Minowa Man in trouble. Minowa Man in trouble, but he's out now and again gives his back. Will Sokoju try and sink the rear naked choke once more? And he does. He's got the hooks in.
The resiliency of Minowa Man right now. I mean, he's just taking abuse and never giving up. Got the samurai spirit in him.
He's got an enormous heart, has Minowa Man. And just trying to control that right arm of Sokoju, not allowing the Cameroonian fighter to loop it under the chin and get the blood choke on.
Yeah, we've never really seen Sokoju from this position try to go for a submission. I can't remember in any of his fights him ever being here working for the submission.
Minowa Man's going to work for a submission, meanwhile, on the left foot here of Sokoju.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to get something from there. Toe lock, maybe.
Yeah. Inverted heel hook, inverted toe hold is pretty tough to get. I mean, you can do it, but you don't see it often.
Here's the master of the crazy submissions, is Minowa Man. And crossface there from Sokoju. Catches him with a couple of right hands. You see the welts already on the right cheek and orbital bone of Minowa Man as Sokoju once again taking Minowa's back.
Just maintaining the position here. You know, it's strange. Terry Sokoju must be changing up his techniques because, you know, before you'd see him only stay on top and try to punch. Now he's trying to pull a submission on the submission expert, Minowa Man.
How about that? Elbows to that damaged right knee there from Minowa Man on the ground. Always inventive, always thinking as Minowa Man.
All's fair in love and mixed martial arts.
Yeah, not horribly sportsmanlike of him, but definitely thinking.
Who am I to judge, really?
Yeah, really.
Here it is into the first round. We do have 3 judges scoring on a 10-point must system. That said, Guy, how do you score the opening?
I think Sokoju, controlled it, did the best. He landed the strikes, a few, not that he had really close to any submissions or anything, but he had the most convincing ones. And, Sokoju looks relaxed. He doesn't look tired. He looks nice and relaxed, rested. So, I think Minowa Man needs to put more pressure on it. That's kind of been Sokoju's problem is he kind of fades. But Minowa Man's not putting any pressure on to make him, exert too much energy.
Big hello to Nick Leap, Nickman 9000, the Comic King. I know he's enjoying this one, a big Minowa Man fan, as many of us are. Minowa Man's face tells the tale of the first round ground and poundage, though, from Sokoju. Look at the red welts in that right cheek of Minowa, and if you see a shot of his hamstring, you can almost see the toes imprinted on the hamstring of Minowa, courtesy of a leg kick very early on in the first round.
Yeah. I mean, you know, he wasn't very effective in that first round. Got caught with a lot of stuff, and you know, he tried his submissions, but if you don't get those and you end up on bottom, you end up with a pink cheek like Minowa Man's got right now.
Again, a very tentative start to the round, as we saw in the first stanza.
Yeah, I don't understand this. I figure Sokuju should have a lot of confidence right now going in this round and come out guns blazing, but apparently, you know, he wants to take his time and make sure not. Oh, good exchange there.
Sokuju actually faked the right hand, and then he's got on the inside, he popped an uppercut. Overhand right from Minowa. Needs to be careful and not to leave his chin exposed. Again, wades in with an overhand right. Looks to lock onto a double leg here, just backing Sokuju against the ropes.
Yeah, he looks to be effectively mixing his striking with those takedown attempts, you know, and not getting hit on the way in. That's the important part. Oh. He's trying to work the submission now. Now the heel hook looks to be locked on.
Solid right hands from Sokuju. This is the aggressive, powerful ground and pound that Sokuju is renowned for. We've seen it so far in his 2 Super Hold fights to get here.
Well, not only is Minowa Man going to have pink cheeks from these shots, he's going to have a lower IQ if he keeps this up. These are not good shots to be taken.
North-south position here, works the knees to the shoulder blade, does Sokuju. You can hear the breathing all mic'd up in that corner.
Real heavy, labored breathing from both competitors right now. I'm surprised. You know, that exchange was pretty heated right there. I think that if Sokuju right now postures up, starts landing shots, this could be over pretty quick.
I think Sokuju had a really good takedown attempt, just a little bit too close to the ropes that, you know, he could catch himself in a sitting position there.
Inside the half guard here, Sokuju.
Yeah, Minowa Man has now stopped grappling, which is terrible. He really needs to start moving now, or you know, the more shots you take from here, the more likelihood that the fight will be over soon. But, you know, Sokuju looks like he's not, you know, he's just content to be here on top, not doing anything.
I guess a lot of people thought it may have been a much more aggressive fight than we're seeing at the moment, with a lot more submission attempts from Minowa and a lot more ground and pound from what we've seen from Sokuju guy.
Yeah, I think he may have run himself out a little bit. I mean, even though he's in a dominant position, you know, like you said, Guy, he is known to fade. And here in round 2, he's deep into round 2, and it doesn't look like he's got a lot of gas in the gas tank. I'd like to see him come out a little harder right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think also, too, he's being a little more cautious. You know, he knows that now it's a 10-point, you know, must system. And so he's, you know, probably thinking, I won the first round if I can muscle out the second round. And I think he's just fighting a more cautious fight than he is really super tired at this point. But, you know, either way, Minowa Man needs to be pushing this fight.
Yeah. I mean, Minowa Man needs to start working off of his back right now instead of just resting. Oh, looking for the leg lock here is Minowa Man. If he can get this sweep, this could be bad news for the dreadlock hero.
Sokuju still in top position, stuck inside the half guard here. And he drills that right hand again. That'll ring your bell. Minowa Man closes the guard. Puts that triangle around the leg there of Sokuju. Sokuju again, just getting that right arm free and working to the left side of the temple of Minowa. 1 minute remaining here in the second round of 3. Minowa tries to control the back of the head, not allowing Sokuju to posture up and work those hands. Just tuck that one to the chin, that one to the orbital bone. It's all about looking for a submission for Minowa Man off of his back, as it was against Hongman Choi at Dream 11, as it was against Bob Zapp at Dream 9. And Sokuju wants to get that right arm free. He does now. What should Minowa be doing here, Guy Mezga?
Well, if you see his bandaged knee there, you know, what he's trying to do is go underneath him and pull in a submission. He needs to get that knee across Sokuju's body so he can get some leverage in order to roll him, and he's not.
Hammer fist strike.
He's just trying to muscle it with just his, there, he's just...
Oh, Minowa Man trying to roll and look up the right leg. Here we go!
Oh my God.
Exactly. He may be out. He may be too low on the knee to get it.
Oh, he went for the knee bar! Right on the bell!
Wow.
Guy, had he had another 15 or 20 seconds, would he have locked it on?
Minowa Man tends to go to the submission on that side anyway, So it's even better when he sees that. And look how close the submission got. Sokuju pulls his knee out just a little bit, but look,
it's actually good. You know, he might have been able to pull that out.
Wow.
You know, I mean,
very close. Way to turn up the drama, Minowa man.
Third and final round.
I'm with you there.
Sokuju came in minus 325, Minowa at plus 265.
Made it a very competitive fight, though. I mean, you know, Sokuju has come closer, I think, to possibly finishing the fight. Who knows? You know, I mean, this is a toss-up right now.
A very emotional contest here. The majority of 37,000 fans here at the Saitama Super Arena surely behind Minowa man. And once again, as we have the previous two rounds, both men sensitive starts.
Yeah, definitely. Really tentative. You know, I mean, I know they respect one another. Minowa man definitely respects the power in the hands of Sokuju, and Sokuju does not want to get taken down. So oftentimes you'll find that in a match like this, you know, where guys will be more tentative in the striking portion.
Yeah, I think Minowa man needs to go back to what he did before, which is kind of throw that looping right hand into the clinch. And Terry needs to start using that jab. He's got an effective jab. He's very good at distance. I don't know why, you know, he's not a little bit more. Maybe he's tired, like you said. You know?
Yeah, I think that as a matter, they burned themselves out there in that first round, really fighting for position. And you know, they've come out in round 2 and 3. You know, these guys are big guys. You know, you can't really tell from your TV screen, but these are big. That's
they
a
look
lot
like
of
big
meat.
guys.
That's
they look like big guys on TV.
Okay. Well, my TV is kind of small, but yeah, these are big meat trucks that are just hammering each other.
Minowa man at 185, Sokuju at 205, and the referee could caution them for a second time here, and he will. If he starts to fire the yellow cards, which he may, it'll be an instant 10% purse deduction for both Minowa and Sokuju.
Ouch.
And then the next time, I mean, they bring out the cattle prods.
yeah, barbed wire whips. But yeah, and you know, I'm not a huge fan of the yellow cards, you know, thing, but that was definitely a just yellow card. These guys are not fighting.
Yeah, I'm not sure why so tentative now. If I was Minowa man, I would recognize that I was close to that submission attempt, and it would give me a little confidence going in for that double leg again.
And I'd recognize that I tried to put it on with only 10 seconds remaining, and once again, time is ticking down here.
Yeah, you know, and Sokuju, he's trying to glide through this fight. I mean, I don't think he's convincingly won yet. No one's done anything. It's been 2 minutes into the fight.
And I also, too, I think, you know, Minowa man knows. I don't see Terry Sokuju countering with that right knee. So I think, you know, I think he needs to lunge in there and go for that takedown.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that they're not doing anything.
Looks like it's turning into a blinking contest at the moment. And once again, referee's going to pull out another yellow card. It'll be another 10% off the purse of both Minowa and Sokuju. So both men are now going home 1/5 the poorer after tonight.
Good Lord, that's as bad as the IRS.
Someone has to throw down here in the final round. 2 minutes 20 remaining.
If they don't do something soon, I'm going to take off my damn suit jacket and get in there. This is ridiculous.
We're not even seeing a shoot attempt here.
Not a shot, not a jab, not a punch, not a dreadlock swaying in the wind. I wish these guys would get to work.
All right, finally, Sokuju.
There we go.
Ushido Geri turning back kick to the midsection. And it's the only scoring technique so far, which means technically Sokuju is ahead in this round.
Well, you can't be behind in this round, really.
And again, Minowa just sitting back. Not even peppering or probing with a jab or testing the waters with a leg kick.
And this isn't even like classical Minowa man. I mean, this guy usually brings the fights. There's never a boring fight with him.
I know, yeah. I was surprised. I've seen him use pro wrestling techniques like the...
Come on! It's over!
Oh, my goodness!
It's good night, Irene!
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Wow!
You've got to be kidding me.
Well, that'll wake you up. Minowa man takes it home with the right hand.
Hey, you know, what we didn't realize the strategy. The strategy was to bore everybody to sleep, including his opponent, and then clock him while he was not paying attention.
Hey,
oh,
look,
my goodness.
that's a damn good technique, apparently.
Yeah, apparently
got him the championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, Minowa man, the smallest man
the tournament is the Super Hulk champion.
Saitama Super Arena during this intermission here at the Dream New Year's Eve 2011 show. And what a show it's been so far. Still to come here tonight, Fedor Emelianenko versus Satoshi Ishii in our main event. Shinya Aoki, Satoru Kitaoka in our co-main. And be still my palpitating aorta what it is to see Minoa Man back in 2009 winning that Super Hulk. It never gets old, Mikey.
Minoa Man is just one of those guys that you can just watch over and over and over again and just never get tired of it. And obviously, he's been entertaining us for a long time. He's getting like 250 fights.
I love him.
Well,
I love him.
That and the red underwear thing.
You know what else I love? Inside MMA being live every Monday night with Kenny Rice, Alwapo Bas Rutten, and Rovan Ronnie Kroc. Make sure you catch this Monday night a very special Inside MMA. You know what? Here's a sneak preview of what you can see on Inside MMA on this Monday. Have a look at this.
We like to have fun. We like to see the great highlights out there. We certainly have not skirted away from the issues of controversy over the years. But again, there were some moments that are worth seeing again, some a little sobering, some a little touching, and here they are on Inside MMA. Chuck Liddell recently retired, the charismatic talent who, along with Randy Couture, became the transcendent force of MMA.
I went out the way I wanted to go out, fighting the way I fight, and I fought well.
I want to go out on my terms. I don't want a doctor or anybody else telling me, look, it's time to do something else.
Can we keep Vanderlei Silva rolling and keep him fighting? Of course we can. But I don't want to make $1 of that kind of money.
Fighters have something inside of them that they want to compete, and until that is just completely gone, do what you want to do, man.
I'm at a point in my career where if I didn't think that I could compete at the top level, then I wouldn't enjoy competing anymore.
Campaigning to be #1 and not be in the UFC, I felt like I have to dominate guys to become #1.
Do you feel you've pretty much wiped out the whole UFC welterweight division?
No, because you know you can win one time, and it doesn't mean anything. You know, like everybody can beat everyone at any given day.
When I was bullied, there was a certain code of honor. When you were a boy at school, you didn't go get a teacher and complain about a guy that's bullying you, because that was worse.
You know, physical violence from my father had taken place pretty much my whole life, and at that time it was escalating to the point that I was pretty sure that if I didn't leave, I was going to end up dead.
You know, it started too with me putting myself in rehab, and you know, not only for myself, but for my family.
There's this maniac on the train that at the time I didn't know, but ended up that he had killed 4 people the night before. Whips out an 8-inch Ginsu knife and tells me I'm gonna die, and then lunges at me, and then it was on.
I was laying on one table with pumps keeping me alive, and they had my heart on another table, and they were putting a new valve on it.
At 37, he was just hitting his prime, but in a much too short life, he leaves an indelible mark, a standard for coaches to come.
I knew at that moment, at 13 years old, I knew I have to train with this guy.
I'm gonna miss him for the rest of my life.
Anderson, I respect. He's a friend of mine, and you know, we were training partners, and we still are, and he's still a great friend. But at the same time, it's competition, and that's what I'm here to do, is to get that title.
If you can go about it the right way and say, listen, we're gonna fight and we're gonna be friends before, there's 15 minutes or 25 minutes that we're gonna duke it out, and then we're gonna be friends after.
Hendo, I loved your fight with Shogun. Every once in a while, as a fighter, you become a fan. And I love watching your fight. It was very inspiring, and big ups to you, bro.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
You may look on paper as the best and unbeatable, but you have to show up, you know, and those younger guys, the ones that are wanting to be where you're at, they're willing to take that extra effort.
When I originally developed the concept for the UFC, along with my friend Art Davey, the idea was to create an educational platform where the people could watch the fights and understand what works and what does not work.
So to be sitting here now talking about all this stuff and to be where we are today is pretty amazing in 10 years.
The deal that the UFC has got with Fox now,
the fact that they are on a major network, and a network is going to be pushing MMA.
I always believed in it. It was just a matter of time. I didn't know how fast it would happen, but the sport eventually exploded like it was supposed to.
Some special guests, some special moments in there. Among the many, Ed O'Neill was one of my favorite guests this past year.
Yeah, I had him also on the list there. And Rorion Gracie, and you were just talking about it. I mean, it was a great guest. Man, it's funny when you watch it, you see so many things that you go, that it triggers memories again right away. You know, all the time say, like, I came here 14 years ago, and I go like, oh, I can remember it as the day from yesterday. But now when you see this back, you go like, wow, that's a year. You know, there's a lot was done in this last year.
And you look back at when Gracie was on talking about the start of it all with the UFC, and then we saw closing out there with Pat Miletich and Big John McCarthy. It's been like a history lesson along the way. That's why I was really impressed with that. I've been a fan of his work for a long time, but he knew the sport. He knows the sport better than some fighters we had on here, and he's got a black belt from Gracie, which not everybody gets.
And because he was training there before the UFC started even. He was already training with Rorion Gracie. You know, and he's a legitimate black belt. It's not like a black belt because he's an actor and they give him a black belt. He's training with him for like over 20 years now. That's a long time.
Yeah. You know, Ron, when you look back at that, it is. You know, that's one of the great things about this show over the years now, going into our 5th season moving along here. And, you know, you've covered most of it out there in the field is, you know, you see these stories, not always about the actual fight, but about some of the other stories, guys protecting themselves, rescuing people, et cetera, that's happened. It's amazing.
The guy in the subway I was out there when that story broke, and there's some crazy guy running around New York slashing people up, and it's just great to see people using their MMA training to benefit people. You know, you need stories like that to prove to mainstream America that this sport should be considered a mainstream sport and is growing, and I love doing those stories. Going out to the gym, seeing Pat Miletich there, and seeing where, you know, really the first fight team gathered with Miletich Fighting Systems in Bettendorf, Iowa, and see how that grew. I love going out and being able to tell those stories. And you know, it's hard to think of everything that happened this year, guys. I mean, this was a huge year for mixed martial arts, and one of the most important stories, in my opinion, was the UFC offering its fighters accidental insurance. I mean, these guys, half of them, you know, don't have insurance. So if they get hurt during training before a fight, well, guess what? If they can't fight, they're not getting paid. And so for the UFC to do that, that was a huge step to helping the sport become mainstream. And a guy like Cub Swanson, here's a kid who he's tried so long to make that big step, and injuries have just killed him. He's a walking medical record, and here he is the day after the insurance kicks in. He's covered by the UFC. So that was a very cool story.
It was. You know, one of the things that we've noticed especially here is just from your emails that we've gotten, and we wish we could get back to everybody. We do thank you, and please keep them coming in, is that we've gotten so many letters. It's changed a lot, hasn't it, in 5 years, pal, that people are saying, you know, I'm sitting here with my sons and daughters watching this. You know, families growing up with this sport now. You talk about mainstream. You know, many more of those have come in the last year than we've ever had before.
Well, I'm amazed always at the airports how many people come up to you, and I'm amazed with the age, because you think it's people in between, but it's like almost like the older people have more courage to come up to you or something. It's all the time people over 60 years and old, and they come and they say, man, I love your show, you can't run, I mean, it's crazy. And you go, wow, this is really cool, that whole demographic, 1836. I always said it, right? I said it from the first year we started. It's way larger.
And I know you guys try to get out to as many events as you can, but that's the other thing. People come up to me if it's a UFC, if it's an HDNet Fights event, if it's Strikeforce, whatever, and thank me for doing this show. And I want to thank them. I mean, we couldn't do it if it wasn't for your support. And they always tell me, hey, tell boss, tell Kenny hello, keep it going. It's been a great run.
It is.
The most consistent thing on this show since 2007, and even up more in 2011, regional shows. We've always prided ourselves since day one. The 800-pound gorilla's always been the UFC, and then Strikeforce out there. And then there's been the growth of Bellator that we've seen. But we have made a point of covering the smaller and regional shows throughout, and seeing guys start out small and become superstars of the sport today. Let's take a look back at the best of 2011, and maybe you'll see a star in the making.
about that? You can check it all out on Monday with Kenny Rice, Bas Rutten, and Rovan Ronnie Kruk. The best of 2011, Monday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on HDNet. I think for me, the highlight you saw there, my highlight of 2011, that beautiful submission of Nick Newell, the one-armed fighter at XFC, and also that knockout by Andrei Arlovsky in Pro Elite. We will be back again for Pro Elite action on January 21st, live on HDNet from Honolulu, Hawaii. Meanwhile, folks, we're going to take another short break from here at the Saitama Super Arena. More action when we return to Dream New Year's Eve.
Welcome back to HDNet Fights, Dream New Year 2011.
The Saitama Super Arena in Japan, what a sight it is every New Year's Eve. Great to be here for this one, Dream New Year's Eve 2011. We have 5 fights into the card. We've still got about 12 fights remaining as we count down towards Fedor Emelianenko versus Satoshi Ishii. Mike, a great performance we just saw under kickboxing rules from the world's lightweight champion Yuta Kubo against Nils Vidlund, a third-round high kick knockout of the highest order.
Yeah, I mean, a phenomenal fight. You know, Kubo established that high kick early on in a round. I mean, right off the opening bell, and then he was able to, stay with it, even though Vidlund blocked it a few times and actually caught and swept him a few times. He still stuck with it, and it paid off for him here in the third round with a spectacular knockout.
The most devastating part of the night so far was the opening fight, Hideo Tokoro versus Yusuf Sadulayev. Tokoro being knocked unconscious after being dropped on his forehead, Hans. We believe he was rushed straight to the Tokyo hospital.
Yeah, they took him out of here on a stretcher. We're still kind of waiting to hear back about that, but really hope that he's doing all right. Yusuf Sadulayev is an incredible wrestling background. Dagestan is known for wrestling, and man, you saw the power in that lift and that slam.
Folks, if you missed any of Dream 2011 New Year's Eve so far, let's recap it with some highlights. It was Yusuf Sadulayev against Hideo Tokoro. The reserve fight for the Bantamweight Grand Prix began explosively, Tokoro going for a submission early. But it was only a matter of time before this. Tokoro out-cold the referee, not seeing it. Sadulayev getting in some shots. And the referee finally dove in and saved Tokoro from more punishment, but he was out-cold. As we said, Tokoro rushed to the Tokyo hospital. Sadulayev, the official reserve fighter for the Bantamweight Grand Prix. Antonio Banuelos took on Imanari in the first semi-final. A pumped Banuelos did not put a foot, a hand, or anything wrong, Mike.
Absolutely. I mean, he fought a perfect fight. You know, there is a blueprint to beating Imanari, and he was able to execute it with pinpoint precision. I mean, he stayed away from the clinch. He didn't engage too much on the ground. When he was there, he was blocking Imanari's hips and pretty much neutralizing any ground attack, and he stayed active enough and just cruised to a victory.
Hans, later for you, was Imanari disappointing here against Banuelos?
You know, this is pretty much what I expect to see from Imanari if he can't get the guy to engage enough on the ground or can't make an aggressive takedown and end up on top. I would have liked to see him advance. I'd love to see his leg locks, but you knew that a smart and experienced fighter like Banuelos could do that given the right game plan.
So Banuelos went through to the final. Then it was time for Rodolfo Marquez Diniz to take on the raging favorite Bibiano Fernandez. Another highly impressive performance here from Bibiano Fernandez, hammering away at the thigh, the hamstring area with these beautiful elbows while he had Marquez tied up in the blue corner, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, you know, same as in Banuelos' fight. In this case, Bibiano came in with a perfect game plan. He was able to neutralize any kind of strength that Marquez possessed, tie him up in a corner and basically kill the clock, do some serious damage to the body, capitalize on that rough weight cut and just really tire him out and just, once again, cruise to a relatively easy decision.
So Fernandez to meet Banuelos in the final. Then we move to kickboxing rules with young karateka Sonoda Kingo taking on Noiri Masaki. Masaki Noiri in the opening few moments, or the opening round I should say, did not use his reach to his advantage, continually allowing Sonoda to come on the inside and work some succulent combinations. Then as the fights went on, a controversial knockdown here. I didn't think it was a knockdown. The referee thought it was and gave a count against Sonoda. It certainly turned the tide in favour of Masaki Noiri, and from there he controlled the bout to take a victory over Sonoda. An impressive performance from young Masaki Noiri. The final fight of the first portion of the show on 10 days' notice, the Swede Nils Vidlund took on the K1 World Max Lightweight Champion Yuta Kubo. Kubo, an extraordinary athlete, and he showed why, completely dominating Nils Vidlund from the opening bout. The excellence of execution, the combinations, the continual looking for the high left round kick, and it all paid off for Yuta Kubo, when in the final stages of the third and final round, he connected with the head kick of the highest order for a brilliant knockout. There it is, the final head kick on rubber legs. Vidlund, the knee to the liver was just icing on the cake. And Vidlund could not make the count with 1 minute 7 down on the clock. Another knockout on the record of young Yuta Kubo. An amazing athlete. That's what we've seen so far here at Dream New Year's 2011 at the Saitama Super Arena. Still to come here tonight, our main event, of course, Fedor Emelianenko versus Satoshi Ishii. Mike, you've spent time at the hotel this week with Fedor Emelianenko. How's he been looking?
Well, I mean, Fedor looks the same way as Fedor always looks. You know, as if nothing's going on. Very nonchalant, very quiet. Just kind of sticking with his group and his entourage, and just going to eat, mingling with the fans. You know, he's as calm as Fedor has ever been.
Hans, who will the crowd be favouring here tonight between Emelianenko, who's been fighting here forever and a day, back in the Pride days in Yaranoka, and here at Dream tonight, or will they favour their own judo Olympic gold medalist Satoshi Ishii?
You know, I never thought I would say this, given how nationalistic fans here can be, and how big a prospect that Ishii was. But I definitely think that Fedor is going to have the majority of crowd support here. I mean, if you recall, Ishii's even been booed a few times for his performances here, and I mean, Fedor is Fedor.
And really, Mike, when you look at this is a must-win fight for Fedor. Comes in 1-3 in his last 4. That last victory over in Moscow against Jens Monson was nothing outstanding. It was a cerebral fight. He kicked the legs out of Monson, very clever. Didn't get drawn into Monson's ground game like he did against Fabricio Verdum, that saw him get tied up and submitted. But if Fedor loses here tonight, so many questions are going to be asked yet again as to the legacy of Fedor and where he truly stands in the world at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, in Fedor's case, you know, it's a lose-lose situation. If he wins, well, he just beat a guy who's 4-1, so what? And if he loses, obviously it's a disaster. Really, the best-case scenario for Fedor is an early finish in a very dominating fashion. You know, just kind of come in and just annihilate Ishii as if he knows nothing about fighting, and just kind of, kick it back to the promoter like, hey, why did you even bother putting this fight on? You know, I'm so much better than this guy. But if this fight goes on any longer than really the opening round, I think Fedor is going to be, in a bad position.
Our first time seeing Fedor in Japan since Yaranoka, when he submitted Hongman Choi via armbar. And folks, it looks like the lights are about to dim yet again here at the Saitama Super Arena as we keep the New Year's show rolling.
ご来場の皆様にご案内いたします。まもなく再開いたします。ロビー並びにお席をお立ちのお客様はお席に着かれますようお願いいたします。繰り返しご案内いたします。まもなく再開いたします。ロビー並びにお席をお立ちのお客様は速やかにお席に着かれますようお願いいたします。
第2部埼玉スーパーアリーナを完全生中継でお届け。
So the crowd here at Saitama Super Arena certainly been hitting the concession stands hard. There's a bulk of merchandise as always out there, the Fedor Emelianenko merchandise, the Satoshi Ishii merchandise. But I think the winner of the merchandise award, Mike, certainly has to be Shinya Aoki. It seems to be what the crowd are most going for, and he seems to have the highest selection, though, for design-wise. I do like the Kitaoka t-shirts.
Yeah, I mean, Aoki is a crowd favorite. You know, he's a defending champion. You know, he's also a Pride veteran. Plus, a lot of the crowd here is very, like, pro-Pride, pro-Dream. So Kitaoka coming from Sengoku is probably not their most favorite fighter. You know, Aoki's also kind of taken on this responsibility of trying to reignite the Japanese MMA torch, so to speak. You know, he's very outspoken in his desire to rejuvenate Japanese MMA, to put it back on the map. You know, so I think that, you know, that wins a lot of mileage with the crowd.
Mike, even though it's been a while between drinks that we've been here in Japan working together, 1 year exactly, I've got to say there's nothing quite like being here for a New Year's Eve event. You go back to, you know, where it all really began, K1 Dynamite 2003 Nagoya Dome. 43,500 people turned out to see Bob Sapp versus Akabono. 2004 K1 Dynamite at the Osaka Dome. 53,000 people turned out for Akabono versus Hoist Gracie. Dynamite 2005 was off the hook at the Osaka Dome, 55,000 people. Genki Sudo versus Kid Yamamoto. 06, which was the first one that I worked, and you were there as well, at the Osaka Dome, 52,000 people for Akiyama versus Sakuraba. 2007 at the Osaka Dome, 48,000 people saw Sakuraba versus Funaki. 2008, we worked that one together, 26,000 people here at the Saitama Super Arena for Sakuraba versus Tamura. Eddie Alvarez and Aoki, Crow Cop and Hungman Choi, Melvin Manoff knocking out Mark Hunt in some 18 seconds on that card. 2009 here at the Saitama Super Arena, one of my favorite Dynamite editions, 45,000 people for the retirement fight of Masato against Andy Sauer. And then, of course, last year, 27,000 people, Bibiano Fernandez and Takaya, Overeem versus Duffy, Kawajiri, Josh Thompson, Labana, Satoshi Ishii, and not to mention all the Pride Shockwave events of the past as well. I mean, Mike, this is just the annual event you've come to expect big things from and high entertainment every New Year's Eve in Japan.
Most definitely, and it's also, you know, it's a very cultural thing. I mean, if you think about it, there's 20-some-odd-thousand people here that will literally spend their New Year's Eve celebration not in the comfort of their homes, which was a long-standing tradition here in Japan, you know, with watching the red and white and blue, or whatever that show is called, on national television. But instead, they will spend it here basically watching combat sports. So it has become sort of a tradition since, I believe, about 2003 when they first started doing the New Year's Eve shows. And while it lost some steam as far as the attendance is concerned, but guess what? I mean, so did everything else. You know, ticket sales are in trouble in concerts and other entertainments. A lot of it has to do with economy. A lot of it has to do with just people moving on to other things with more options and more things available. But nonetheless, this is a tradition now that's almost a decade old and still draws large crowds.
And also, Mike and Hans, you can chime in here as well. I guess with fans being deprived of the annual tradition of the K1 Grand Prix in 2011 due to financial reasons, we haven't had a big show to cap off the end of the year. So really, so many fans tonight, Hans, have been looking forward to this New Year's Eve event.
Yeah, and that could be part of the reason that they decided to include kickboxing matches on here. I mean, part of it obviously was to make it into just an overall entertainment spectacle with a lot of different things going on, but certainly there's a void for kickboxing in Japan, and they're perhaps trying to fill some of that void.
Okay, here we go. The lights are down now. Let's keep the action rolling.
昨年の大晦日以来実に1年ぶりとなる。そして相手は同年代の盟友殺戮ピラニア長男亮。山形から上京し大工をしながらプロデビューを果たした苦労人。
生活的なこと言ったら相当死ぬとか借金もしなければ生きていけないような状態で、その時ですよ、肌だったので。
マッハを倒せば成り上がれる。それは千載一遇のチャンス。そこから友情が始まった。
酔っ払うと兄貴とか呼んだりしますけどね、割と正反対っていう方はもうすごい適当ですからね。
だから気が合うの。なんかこう見てて楽しいし。マッハ戦以降はプライド UFC で活躍するなど日本を代表するベルター級ファイターとなった。今年は被災地へと渡り東北出身の格闘家としてできることをやってきた。
8年間格闘技においてはブレずにより一層のめり込んでやりました。
彼も頑張って格闘技だけでそれだけ成し得て本当に夢をつかんだところじゃないですか。
やっぱりマッハさんから勝ってるっていうのはそのまま格闘技にすごい大きなポイントだったと思うので、勝ちにはいけねえかなと。
男じゃないですか。男だ。
記念があると思いますね。だからこのまま沈んでってほしくないんだけど、変なやつにやられるくらいだったら俺がやってやる。
8年時を経て拳でもう一度語り合え。桜井マッハ隼人 VS 長男亮。
ただいまより本日の第6試合ドリームウェルター級ワンマッチを行います。
And now for the sixth match.
青コーナーより長男亮選手の入場です。
That's his actual mouth. Ryo Chonin. They nickname him the Piranha, a not so flattering reference to his very crooked teeth. A 20-12 record, the current deep middleweight champion. You know, he's beaten the likes of Anderson Silva, Carlos Newton, Maha Sakurai, Nino Shembri, Andrews Nakahara, Joey Villasenor. Been around for a long time, has Ryo Chonin, and he's about to go to war once more with Maha Sakurai. You know, Hans, watching those pre-fight hype videos, I feel Sakurai got the bigger applause when his video came on than Ryo Chonin.
Yeah, but you know, one of the major themes of the video is how close these guys are. They have a lot of history. They came up together in deep. They fought each other in deep. Actually, you saw Sakurai there with the cut. That's how that fight ended, by cut stoppage. But they were saying in that video basically that they're buddies. They were like, hey, let's go drink a beer after this fight. So, you know, there's a lot of history here tonight too, besides just Dynamite.
The didgeridoo. Feel like I'm back home. The music, the ovation, it can only mean one thing. Maha Sakurai! Listen to the ovation for Maha Sakurai, the former Shudo middleweight champion. 11 wins by knockout, 10 wins by submission. On a 4-fight losing streak, he's been finished 3 times. He needs a win here tonight, Mikey, and he needs it in a big way. But yesterday, he came in on weight. He's cut back on the Korean barbecue. Sakurai's come to fight tonight.
Yeah, he's definitely, you know, motivated for this fight. I think more so than any other because, you know, you lose to a younger guys, to the up-and-coming guys, it's kind of a passing of the torch. It's the way things are in all the sports. But you start losing to somebody like, you know, the guy that's fought in your era, you know, he takes it a little more personally.
Sakurai has the experience, 1 year the older. He is the shorter by 2 inches. 166.4, 167.1 at the official weigh-in yesterday at Shinjuku Station. Sakurai is one of the 4 fighters considered to be legendary in the Shudo organization, along with Kaluno, Rumina Sato, and Noboru Asahi. And here we are, the rematch, Chonin and Sakurai. We are set for 3 by 5. Unified rules apply, no kicks to a grounded opponent, knees are allowed, no elbows to the head. Maha Sakurai, Ryo Chonin. Chonin at plus 150, Sakurai at minus 180. Look at the tree trunk legs on Maha Sakurai, has good round kicks on him. Superb ground and pound, and he opens up with an outside thigh kick. Got to keep his hands up, Maha Sakurai, not leave that chin propped up in the air. Outside leg kick from Ryo Chonin. Both men just tipping their feet in the water. A feeling out process at the moment. Sakurai goes to the body, puts him to the jawline. Here comes Sakurai. Can he get the ground and pound? This is where he wants to be, Mike. Inside half guard is Sakurai'ville.
Yeah, Chonin is, you know, he's just pretty good on the ground, so I don't think Sakurai necessarily has a huge advantage here on the ground. I also don't think there was a knockdown. I think Chonin was just off balance because he recovered almost immediately.
Sakurai trying to drop these massive meat hooks to the body and jawline of Ryo Chonin. Stuck inside half guard, that right leg all locked up. Sakurai, who's been around for a long time, as has Chonin. Debuted in Shudo back in 1996, submitting Kaluno.
Yeah, Chonin's trying for a swing here, but, you know, with his shoulders flat on the ground and his hips flat on the ground, it's going to be very difficult for him. to get a reversal or even just to escape out of there. He needs to start shrimping out.
Shonen, who began his career as a carpenter to make ends meet. So we had the janitor Tokoro on earlier on. We have the former carpenter here in Ryo Shonen. As I said, Sakurai so experienced, wins over the likes of Frank Trigg, Jens Pulver, Joachim Hansen, twice beaten Shinya Aoki, Katsuyori Shibata.
And Chono got him in a butterfly guard now.
If you were a bird, as Sakurai looks to pass, but just gets prevented as he lifted the left leg up there, Chonet. So Sakurai just sits inside half guard a little more. 2 minutes 50 remaining, first round of 3.
Sakurai seems to be content to just stay here in the half guard and just, you know, deliver little peppering punches.
Matt Hume was saying while the guard was open to try and pass, and Sakurai couldn't get there yet. 2.5 minutes remaining now, and wants to get that right arm free. Sakurai works some poundage.
And there he passes to the half guard. I mean, I'm sorry, a side control.
Knees now to the waist section off the left leg from Maha Sakurai. So many options available from side control. Tremendously strong opponent is Hayato Maha Sakurai. Shonen looking for a way back to his feet. He can get there now, and he does, Ryo Shonen. We're back to striking range. A little bit of swelling between the eyes of Shonen, courtesy of those right hands on the floor.
Yeah, great job from Shonen. I mean, he recognized immediately where Sakurai's weight was and was able to hip out and escape.
A little bit of a lazy front kick there from Ryo Shonen. Sakurai counters the left hook, fires the right hand. Jab was nowhere near the target for Shonen. Outside thigh kick, a little slow on the check there from Sakurai. Good jab. He's breathing through the back of his neck after that one. And another stiff left hand from Ryo Shonen. And he just wades in with his hands down, and all Sakurai needed to do was stick the right down the center. He gets sloppy at times, does Ryo Shonen, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, both guys are keeping very low guard. And mainly because neither one of them are really that good of a counter puncher, so they're not afraid of getting hit.
Yeah, Chonen's always been willing to take one to get one.
Yeah, and it's not, you know, that's not always pays off.
All tied up against the ropes. 45 seconds remaining in this opening round. Shonen looking for underhooks here. Referee calling for action as Sakurai just glances up at the giant screen here.
Yeah, they're really, at this point, the referee should just break him up. I mean, they're not really doing anything. Chonen was doing a great job of keeping his hips out, not allowing Sakurai to really suck him in.
Double underhooks here for Maha Sakurai. What can he work from this position in the final seconds of this opening round? Maybe a foot stomp there from Shonen. Doesn't go for it. And that's how the round ends. 1 down, 2 remaining. Ryo Shonen and Maha Sakurai.
Not the most entertaining round there could be, but, you know, like I said, you have two veterans. They have very similar styles. You know, and a lot of their similarities are also neutralizing their offense and just kind of putting it into a more of a slower pace kind of an exchange. But definitely the Sakurai is winning this round. I mean, you know, he got him down, he controlled most of the round from the top position.
Ryo Shonen, who fell in love with karate and motorcycles in high school, moved to Tokyo in hopes of becoming a motorcycle mechanic. That was after the career as a carpenter. And of course now the career as a mixed martial artist. A very varied career for Ryo Shonen. And amazing, Mike, that among all that time he couldn't afford money for a pair of braces.
Apparently so. But I will tell you one thing that Ryo Shonen has and always will have, and that is an unbelievable flying heel hook on Anderson Silva, the last person to finish Anderson in such a dominant way.
And of course, Maha Sakurai once had a 20-fight undefeated streak in Shuto that was stopped by Anderson Silva. was 18-0-2 before Anderson stopped his streak. Here we go, second round of action. Probing with the front kick off the lead leg is Ryo Chonin. Good inside thigh kick from Chonin. Sakurai coming over the top of the right hand. Sakurai may be looking for a trip on that left leg. Momentary look to drop down onto that right leg, did Sakurai. Isn't it amazing being back in Japan, Mike? 20,000 people here and you can still hear a pin drop.
Yeah, definitely the fans here are drastically different from what we were used to in the United States, where 20,000 people would be so loud in here you probably couldn't hear yourself think.
Chonin, overhand right, catches him with the left hand. Another right hand from Ryo Chonin. Sakurai hooks up the left leg, lets it go. Nice knee in the corner there from Chonin to the outside right thigh. Trying to break down those massive quadriceps. A lot of instruction coming from the corner here of Maha Sakurai, Hans.
They're just saying, I actually was listening to Chonin's corner there. They were saying, chop him, chop at him, chop at him, chop away. He was hitting him with those knees to the thigh.
Referee calling for action.
Actually, I stand corrected. That was Takafumi Otsuka over here in the corner that was saying that to Maha to chop at the legs.
And the referee gives a slap and a tickle, breaks both men back to center ring. Still a real stalemate here. Neither man gaining the upper hand.
Matt Hume is actually calling for more punches from Sakurai, just coming forward and throwing more of a combinations. You know, the one thing is the guys are throwing ones and twos here and there. That's why it's so difficult for him to connect.
Left hook there from Sakurai. Left hook from Ryo Chonin. Ooh, nice stiff jab from Chonin. Hooking shot to the body from Sakurai. I don't know, Mike, for mine, both men striking off the hands looks a little sloppy.
Yeah, I mean, neither one of them have ever been known for, for being very technical and phenomenal strikers.
Oh, takedown to side control from Maha Sakurai. Dominant position here.
Yeah, that was a great takedown from Sakurai, and that's really what he was looking for. I mean, most of their striking is set up to close the distance, come into a clinch, and then get the opponent to the ground.
Referee just making sure they've got enough work room here to work in. Can Sakurai capitalise on this side control position? The left side of the face momentarily exposed before Chonin manages to control that right arm. They'll allow Sakurai to get some ground and pound happening.
Sakurai is looking for a mounting position there. He's got, a hybrid knee and a stomach kind of a position right now, but he abandons it.
Under 2 minutes remaining in this second round. Been a good one so far for Maha Sakurai. Sakurai, who trains and teaches at his own gym, Maha Dojo. They're located both in Tokyo and Ibaraki City, which is Sakurai's hometown, about 3 hours from Tokyo. Still inside control here is Sakurai. Nice knee to the kidneys. Look at the huge welt on the hamstring. You'll see it if we get another shot on the left hamstring of Ryo Chonin.
Yeah, Sakurai, as you can see, has made adjustments from his side control. He's not as sloppy in it, so he's not, making it almost impossible for Chonin to escape because he's not giving him any room at all. But that within itself also kind of kills his offense to be able to, work for any kind of submission or serious ground and pound.
One thing that is different under the dream rules, though, is at least they can throw those knees to the head on the ground, so that changes the side control position considerably. It's not just short, choppy blows. If you can get some separation there, you can do some damage with those knees. But like you mentioned earlier, the elbows too. You give and you take. You take the elbows away, and you also can't do as much damage without posturing up and giving the guy a chance to escape.
Exactly, and that's what Chonin did in the first round when Sakurai did give him that room, and as you can see, this time he's made the adjustment not to do it.
Knees to the head here from Maha Sakurai, trying to open up a money box on the coloured hair of Ryo Chonin. Can he get the mount here on Chonin? No, inside the half guard, Sakurai.
That was kind of slick because right there, Chonin went for that same escape, and Maha that time was ready for him and went to mount him.
Yeah, Maha timed it perfectly and just rode him right in and was looking for a mount.
Solid round here from Maha Sakurai. Ryo Chonin has spent more time on his back than my ex-girlfriend. It's a lot of time, Mike. Ooh, short right hand there from Sakurai.
I feel bad for your ex-girlfriend.
Well, that's why she's an ex.
You're not the lightest fella in the world.
1 foot on hips here from Chonin, glancing right hand from Sakurai. And this looks like it's how the round will end. Maha Sakurai, top position, feet on hips from Ryo Chonin. Up kick from Chonin. It will be Sakurai's round, Mike.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're looking at, 2-0. I mean, Chonin really, if he wants to win this fight, he's going to have to either knock Sakurai out, which is not a very likely scenario, or try to submit him, which is also not a very likely scenario, considering Chonin is not really very active off his back. He's not trying to attempt for any submissions or really any sweeps. He just basically looks to escape and get back to his feet. So,
that's one
conventional wisdom says we're going to see the same in the third round as we did in the first two.
That's one of the things that's incredible about that submission win over Anderson Silva is that is his only submission win, is Anderson Silva.
And it wasn't like he just caught a lucky armbar or, got the rear naked choke. I mean, it was a flying heel hook. The chance of pulling that off for like 1 in a million, and he pulls it off on Anderson Silva of all people. That's definitely it's a pretty good accolade to have on your record.
If you're only ever going to submit one guy in your career, might as well be
exactly right. If you had to do a flying heel hook submission on anybody, why not on Anderson Silva?
Matt Hume in the corner of Maha Sakurai. Both men choosing to take a stool between rounds. Chonin is the first to emerge from his seated position. A little bit of damage under the left eye there of Sakurai. A little bit of swelling. Chonin, little cut on the forehead, nothing too serious. He's had worse cuts in shaving. Second of 3. Good outside leg kick from Sakurai. He's got to tuck that chin though. Left hook from Chonin. Sakurai not checking the low kick.
This is actually the first time I've seen Chonin throw a straight punch in this fight, and it's really what he needs to do, because Sakurai likes to throw a lot of looping punches. And as we know, the best way to beat a looping punch is with a straight punch.
Nice left hand from Chonin, just didn't turn the knuckles in. Needed more power behind it. Sakurai's chin just propped up in the air here. Checks the low kick, does Chonin. Body shot from Sakurai. Counters with the right hand, gets clipped with the left hook again from Chonin.
Yeah, Matt Hume is calling for another takedown.
Backed up against the ropes. There is some tender spots on the left hamstring of Maha Sakurai. You can't see it from this position. As the referee calls for action, nice little popping knee under the right ribcage from Sakurai, and they break off. Overhand right from Sakurai. Neither man really turning the hips into these punches, though.
No, I mean...
Uppercut, left hook, that's more like it from Chonin.
That one landed flush.
Body shot, almost a bolo punch. Good stiff jab. Doubles up into a high right round left hook. Now Ryo Chonin.
All right, now we got a fight on our hands.
It took a while to warm up, but they're starting to throw down and find their range. Counter right hand from Chonin.
Forget defense, forget head movement. They're just slugging it out.
Overhand right. Chonin on the front foot continually now. Eats a right hand from Sakurai. Both men throwing bombs. Sakurai glances towards his corner momentarily. Flicks out a jab. Matt Hume telling him be first. And you can hear Matt Hume saying, let's go, don't wait. And Maha Sakurai sitting back here. Chonin capitalizing on this slow spell from Sakurai.
Yeah, Sakurai is tired. He's notably tired. You can see how he leaned against the ropes there. He's definitely...
2 minutes and 15 remaining in the third and final round.
You might be trying to coast through this third round, but that doesn't always work out in your favor. In Japan, a strong enough third round could make this Chonin's fight, despite Sakurai winning the first two.
Chonin really needs to, do some damage. He needs to drop him. He needs to open up. He's not doing enough to really compel the judges to believe he's, trying to finish the fight.
Stiff jabbing though from Ryo Chonin, hooks him, counter right hand from Sakurai, spins around. There is a cut under the right eye of Maha Sakurai. Could it be a target now? Could it be a target for Chonin to go after? Is it the same from last time? Overhand right from Chonin and a left hook. And Sakurai is being bludgeoned now, double leg! Drives him to the canvas, ends up inside half guard.
Incredible timing right there.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a perfect timing. But I mean, Sakurai's been looking for a takedown this whole round. We heard Matt Hume keep saying, you know, throw 2-3 and go into a takedown. I don't think he just had the energy to really push it, but this time he was able to.
I have to think that's a mistake by Chonin, because like I said, he maybe can steal this fight by having a strong enough third round. And now, if Sakurai can hold him down for a minute.
Well, he will hold him down for a minute. I mean, he's just going to cruise this next minute, pretty much in this position right here. And yes, it was a mistake by Chonin. I mean, you don't want to throw a flying knee from that close against a guy who's looking for a takedown.
Sakurai mounts Chonin for the first time in this fight. 50 seconds remaining. And look at the blood. He's going to take the back here of Chonin. Is this the beginning of the end?
Man, Chonin went back to that well too many times, tried that underhook escape again and got mounted for his troubles.
Still plenty of time here. 37 seconds on the clock for Sakurai to find the finish. Chonin turns back into him. Sakurai looks to mount him again. Gets stuck in half guard. It is all Sakurai in the last minute and a half or so. Can he mount him again? Matt Hume's calling for it. 20 seconds on the clock. The rematch between these two rivals, between these two veterans. Side control again for Maha Sakurai. Knees now from Sakurai. Chonin taking blows. Sakurai looks at the mount and he gets it for the second time. Chonin reverses, ends up inside the guard. Good work from Chonin, but too little, too late. And Sakurai should take it back.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Sakurai did more, you know, to win this fight than Chonin did. He dominated the first two rounds. They were probably somewhat even in the third going in towards the end, but he definitely stole the round there at the end with the takedown and with multiple mounts, taking it back, but you couldn't tell it by looking at his face. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't tell it by looking at his face.
Call the Red Cross.
What can I say? Face doesn't always tell, tell you who was winning the fight.
That's that same exact spot that he got cut and lost in their first match in deep there.
Yeah, it's actually the same place where Sakurai gets cut a lot. When he fought Mariusz Jaromskis, he had the same cut in there. I think it's just the way his bone structure is. It cuts in. Nick Diaz had actually the similar problem with his above his eyebrows. Right. The way his bone structure was, he was susceptible to cuts. He actually had surgery to where they shaved the bone and made it a little more smooth.
Got some Willem Dafoe cheekbones happening at the moment, Maha Sakurai. He should get the nod here though and move his record ahead to 36-12-2. Chonin will go 20-13. First judge for Sakurai. It's a done deal. Maha Sakurai back in the winner's circle. He came in tonight on a 4-fight losing streak, finished 3 times. But he's back, and what a way to do it, a dream New Year's Eve. Good sportsmanship being shown here. A great ovation for both Sakurai and Ryo Chonin. What a crowd on hand here at the Saitama Super Arena. Coming up next, folks, the master of the suplex, Kazuyuki Miyata, Little Hercules, takes on the crusher, Tatsuya Kawajiri.
Welcome back to HDNet Fights Dream New Year 2011.
Nighttime falls here in Tokyo. It is a beautiful city by night. And here at the Saitama Super Arena, the action continues to heat up. That's a little bit of downtown Shinjuku for you. Beautiful restaurants and bars, a lot of shopping. Everyone having a good time. As we are here in Saitama, Dream New Year's Eve is alive and happening. Maha Sakurai just finished a very lengthy address to the crowd. which means we are ready now for our next contest, which will see Tatsuya Kawajiri, the Crusher, take on little Hercules Kazuyuki Miyata. What a sight it would be if Miyata could put a Miyata suplex on Kawajiri. And that sense of anticipation that's here in the Saitama Super Arena. Mike, it's even fuller now. I'd say we're up to maybe about 22,000, 23,000.
Yeah, I think we're just about at capacity minus the seat kills for production. But I mean, we're pretty much full top to bottom here.
It is a tremendous turnout as Maha Sakurai soaks up the adulation being showered upon him here. A long walk back to the change rooms. There's a huge arena here at Saitama. Very, very happy fans. He did have the Katani fan support tonight. Maha Sakurai. Look at that little lady. She just made her 2012. Boyfriend standing there like a big dork thinking, my word, what do I have to do to get that love? Poor guy, Mike. You can't compete with
Just
Sakurai.
become an MMA Japanese legend. That's pretty much does it.
It is an amazing scene here. And this next one should be a classic.
Dream Featherweight Crusher Kawajiri Tatsuya あくまでも泥臭く強さを追い続ける無直なるドリームの主役
忘れられない1年になるだろうなっていう、大震災のこともそうだし、アメリカで初めて戦ったのもあるし、逃げ出したかったですね。4月のそういうチャンスをもらって何回も逃して、もういい加減みんなの期待を裏切るのがきついっていうか、もう続けちゃダメなんじゃないかなっていう。日本帰ってきてすぐ行き当たりばったりで、京都の東本願寺で井上先生の親鸞の絵がそこに本当に吸い寄せられるように
賢人の絵に吸い寄せられた悩める男強さとは一体何だ、
強さってなんだろうっていうセリフはよく出てきますね。強さそのものよりは強くあろうとすることはどういうことなのかなっていう。
リングの上の強さもそうだけど人間としてもそうだし、もっと強い人間になりたいなと思います。
その後フェザー級に階級を下げ初戦ヨアキム・ハンセンに一本勝ち。川尻は本当の強さを追い求める旅を続ける。
差を見せつけて格の差を見せて、なんか新章じゃない階級を取って続けてる意味がないので、その格の違いっていう意味がないです。
ヘラクレス宮田和幸、オリンピックアスリートが放つ危険なマッスルジャーマン。
ひねりを加えたりとかするとすげえやばい技になっちゃうんで、人壊したこともあるんで、路上でやったら殺せますしね。
トップアスリートなんで、オリンピック出てるんで。これはウエイトで作った体って感じですよね。なんか僕とは違う感じ。僕はナチュラルで運動能力的には全然僕の上だと思ってるんで、フィジカルでも削って心ポキッて折れるような感じです。全然そんな感じしないですけど、川尻の方が圧倒的に強いっていうのを見せつけたいし、そうじゃなきゃやってる意味がないなと思う中で、勘違いしてるところもからしてやりたいです。発言を聞いてると勘違いしてます。
ぶっといトルクの2台のマシーンが競り合いしのぎ合う。肉弾戦が始まる。ヘラクレス VS
ただいまより本日の第7試合ドリームフェザー級ワンマッチを行います。
And now for the 7th match.
青コーナーより宮田和之選手の入場です。
Kazuyuki Miyata, Little Hercules, has set the mixed martial arts world alight in the last 18 months, with Tak Makamoto and Sean Frew behind him. Currently riding a superb 6-fight winning streak. 8 of his 19 fights have ended in the first round, 5 wins coming via submission. He represented Japan in freestyle wrestling at the Sydney 2000 Olympic Games in the under 64 kilogram class. Won the All Japan Wrestling Championship 3 times in 99, 2000 and 2002. The man from Brave Gym, Miyata, known for his suplexes. And imagine if he could suplex Kawajiri here tonight. For the crusher, Tatsuya Kawajiri. He's won 7 of his last 10. I get shivers running up and down my spine because I've got no hair on my head every time Kawajiri makes his way to the ring. The former Shuto welterweight champion. He defeated Vitor Shaolin Rivero for the title. And he's beaten a lot of people. Eads Edwards, Crazy Horse, Joachim Hansen, JC, Josh Thompson last year at Dynamite. As a child, he wanted to be a pro baseballer. He even wrote an essay declaring he'd be the #1 draft pick for the Tokyo Giants one day. We're glad he never went to baseball. The experience to Kawajiri, the age to Miyata, both men 5'7", and the slight weight advantage to the crusher. I'm still awaiting Miyata to peel off his t-shirt over in his corner. I'm sure, as always, we'll see more muscles than a seafood platter as Kawajiri bounds around the ring. This one is going to be awesome.
これより第7試合を行います。赤コーナー172センチ64.7キロ宮田和之。赤コーナー172センチ65キロ。
There's a round of applause. Kawajiri peels off his shirt. Miyata, as always, is ripped, stripped, and striated. Unified rules, no kicks to a grounded opponent. Knees are allowed, no elbows to the head. We are 3 rounds of 5 minutes each. A stare down here from Kawajiri. He could beat a statue in a staring contest. And look at Miyata, hands on hips, a little bit of a swagger about him. The hair has been peroxided. He's got his pimp on tonight. I have been looking forward to this one. The Crusher sporting a new haircut. Miyata ready to go. Michael Chavallo, Mike Kogan, and Hans Thompson with you. Both men in orthodox stance. Inside thigh kick from the Crusher. Looks to drop down for a single early on. He faked the single, then came over the top of the left hook and a nice snappy jab. Good work so far from Kawajiri in the opening 20 seconds. High left round from Miyata. Miyata switches momentarily, gets locked up here with a double leg from Kawajiri. Spilling through the ropes. Kawajiri trying his damnedest to get Miyata down here. If Kawajiri wants you down, you're going down. And he ties up the legs here, Mike.
Yeah, beautiful work by Kawajiri. I mean, he set it up beautifully. He waited for Miyata to counter until he shot in. And once he shot in, he was so deep in, it was almost impossible to stop. I mean, Miyata is an Olympic-level freestyle wrestler. So for Kawajiri to put him on his back this early in this fight is pretty impressive.
Kawajiri, who was electrifying.
He's looking for that leg lace that he always does when he gets on top there. Gets there, it's bad news.
Yeah, Kawajiri has a very, very grinding style of grappling, which, may not be super exciting to watch, but it's very difficult to counter just because he leaves you no room for anything.
He's effective, Mike, and he used it last year's Ev against Josh Thompson to tremendous effect.
Yeah, and Josh Thompson is a phenomenal grappler, but his style is more active, so if you engage with him, he'll catch you in all kinds of submissions, but he said he hates this grinding style, and Kawajiri, has that style in spades.
He is the Crusher.
Wrist control here from Miyata. Now Kawajiri gets the left hand free, drives a couple of knuckles onto the peroxided hair. He's passing. No, not yet. Looking to pass here, Kawajiri. Miyata needs to find a way out of this predicament.
He actually should just sprawl and go the other direction because Miyata's entire body is so committed, to his right that his left is virtually open. And I think that's what he's doing right now. See, he's going to block his legs and he's starting to climb over for a mount.
Kawajiri looking to mount Miyata. Miyata blocking it at the moment with his left.
No, he's not. He's
mounted it.
No, he's mounted. That was phenomenal groundwork. I mean, that was really masterful.
We are seeing Kawajiri at the height of his powers at this weight.
Yeah.
Miyata could be in a whole lot of bother. Still very early in the round here, Mike.
I mean, what's the worst thing you can do to a wrestler? It's put him on his back. What's even worse than that? Well, you can mount him, and that's really bad news for Miyata, especially against a guy like Kawajiri. I mean, you see how masterfully he transitioned from that guard pass into a mount. He left no room. You couldn't stick a pin in between.
Miyata
for his positioning.
Trying to control the posturing here. Kawajiri is brutal with his ground and pound. Miyata's got to keep him close. Under 2 minutes remaining now in this first round. 3 minutes 8 has gone past. Posting up on the left arm is Kawajiri. Gets the right free momentarily. Wants to drop that hammer fist right between the eyes.
Kawajiri is keeping his hips very low and kind of putting pressure on Miyata's stomach, which is not enabling him to sit up and really start to punch. And that's one of the things about a mounted position. If you want to be able to strike, you have to be able to sit up.
Oh, I like that, Mike. Did you see it? I don't see it often. Palm heel striking off the right hand from Kawajiri. Something that a lot of mixed martial artists should do a whole lot more.
Yeah, I mean, palm heel strikes are...
Look, there they are again. Palm heel strikes off the left hand here from Kawajiri.
Palm heel strikes are very, very powerful. I mean, you got to realize, this is probably one of the strongest part of your hand, and there's nothing there to break. So, Royce Gracie pioneered palm heel strikes in the early UFCs because they had no gloves.
Now I'd love to see a Shuto strike come in. That'd be nice. Right above the ear. It's that little sweet spot. Controlling the posture. Kawajiri again with the palm heels. Thudding the head of Miyata back against the canvas. Now hooks the back of the head, does Kawajiri. What a dominating position for Tatsuya Kawajiri. And Miyata with nowhere to go, with no movement for most of the first round.
Kawajiri's trying to go for that sleeper choke. He's trapping his arm over. He's trapping his arm over. If he's able to lock his hands behind him, it's going to be a very long night, or a short night.
Tatsuya Kawajiri.
Yeah, he's starting to stretch him. See, he's starting to stretch him right now. He's starting to stretch his arm with his head.
He could be ready to tap here.
And this is just suffocating
10
Miyata
seconds
right
remaining. Can Miyata survive? Is he even conscious here?
Yeah, he's
yes, he is, but Kawajiri squeezing, applying the pressure, and the bell saves Miyata. But Mike, nobody would have anticipated such a dominant round from Kawajiri.
I mean, Kawajiri totally dominated this round. He put Miyata in the worst position you could put a wrestler, and it's on his back. He mounted him and was able to maintain it for the whole time. You know, I was a little surprised at how long Miyata's been fighting that he didn't even attempt to get out of the mounted position. I mean, the worst thing you can do is hold the guy close to you, because then your hips cannot move, you cannot escape. I would have expected a little more ground action out of Miyata, especially since Kawajiri wasn't really hitting him that hard.
Well, I think it was a give and take there, Mike. He got to a position, he held him down so that Kawajiri couldn't posture up and land any significant strikes. But in that, like you said, he sacrificed 4 minutes of the round that he spent under mount. There's no way he has any shot at winning that round if he can't create some space to escape. Although there is a nice little switch of the shoulder there to take the danger out of that arm triangle when Kawajiri transitions to side control.
I mean, he did a great job defending. Don't get me wrong, but I would have expected a little more escapes out of him.
Probably didn't plan to be on his back in the mount right away like that.
We are ready to rock and roll. Second round of action. A dominant first stanza for Kawajiri. New haircut, new weight class, and I like it. Miyata, final instructions from Sean Frew. They're very slow to remove the corner stool. Let's see if Miyata can get some dominant positions here. Jumping knee from Miyata, clips him with the short left hand. They lock up against the ropes. And look at the strength on Kawajiri. Look at the positioning. Sticks the left hand between the eyes. Gets back to centering now, the crusher. Left hook from Miyata. Scooping punch. Half hook, half uppercut off the right hand from Kawajiri. Fakes the low kick. Front kick to the midsection. Oh, there's that strange punch again from Kawajiri, and he walks into a left. Another left from Miyata. Fakes the shoot. And now he's got the double leg. Down to the canvas again they go. What will Kawajiri look for from here, Mike?
Well, right now he's just looking to keep the position and stop Miyata from either sweeping him or just trying to pop out himself. So he's just looking to control his hips and really get so that he doesn't end up in this position right here. Miyata was trying to do a switch on him. And Kawajiri's actually not in the best position of all, because Miyata is starting to hip out now. And there's a lot of strength in his hips right there, and see, he ends up in the reverse, but Kawajiri just sticks with it, puts him right back on his back.
What a tremendous contest. Inside the guard of Miyata. Miyata glancing up at the big screen over the stage here to further gauge his position. A lot of instructions coming from the corner here.
They're just saying, I like what you're doing there, basically. Stick with that.
I mean, realistically, Kawajiri is fighting a perfect fight. What can possibly Kona tell him other than just encourage him and just, sticking with a game plan?
1 foot on hips here from Miyata, controlling the back of the head. Does not want Kawajiri to posture up and start landing those palm strikes like he did in the opening round.
Tell him you can pass here.
Back inside the full guard.
Now, to Miyata's credit, as inactive as he was in a mount with no attempts to escape, he is super active in his guard. He's got actually a pretty good guard. And that stops Kawajiri from being able to really start to kind of tee off on him, because he's constantly worried about getting swept. And there goes Miyata to his feet.
We're back to our feet now. Gut-munching knee from Miyata. Drills the right hand into the lower rib cage. Does Kawajiri. 2 minutes 45 on the clock. Miyata turns him around against the ropes. Wrist control here from Kawajiri. Now gives it up. Throws a knee. Shot to the heart. Bon Jovi style. Back into the neutral corner. Another short body shot there from Kawajiri. Both men exchanging knees. Takes the back here, Miyata. Now, what can Miyata do from this position? He'll take his time. He glances towards his corner. Matt Takamoto, Sean Frew, delivering instructions. If Kawajiri stands up here, Look for Miyata to maintain the back control and see if he can find one of his patented suplexes. You see, though, Kawajiri controlling that left wrist at the moment. Under 2 minutes remains.
Kawajiri actually had a good chance to pop up before Miyata set that hook. Now with that hook in, it becomes a little more difficult for Kawajiri to be able to get rid of Miyata. Miyata's actually very good at back control, because he has such a great balance and he's so good at floating. And right now, basically, Kawajiri is neutralizing any kind of an attack, but he's also not really able to get out.
This looks like a demented game of Twister. Back to their feet now.
Yeah, see, he shook off that hook. Once he shook off the hook, Miyata was riding him so high that he was able to just reverse.
80 seconds remains. Second round of 3. What has been an enthralling contest. Certainly the most intriguing and highest-paced mixed martial arts fight of the night thus far. Switching stance to southpaw, now back to orthodox is Miyata. What's he trying to set here? It looks like a right hand. Double jab from Kawajiri, needs to be up on the balls of his feet. He switches to southpaw. Both men switching stance. Round kick from Miyata. Uppercut from Kawajiri, goes in for a double, drops down low. Can he get Miyata on his back again? And he does. Nice work from the crusher, inside half guard.
I mean, Kawajiri is just putting on a takedown clinic here, against an Olympic-level wrestler. I mean, Miyata represented Japan in the 2000 Sydney Olympics at a freestyle, and he's spending most of the better part of both rounds on his back. Props to Kawajiri. He's really fighting a very smart fight. He's putting Miyata in the only position where he's the most vulnerable.
Oh,
and there he goes for that sleeper choke again.
Beautifully done. Passes with ease, Kawajiri. And the same position he was in at the end of the first round with as much time remaining on the clock. Can he find the finish? Can he find the finish? Miyata in trouble.
And he finishes
yes, Eureka! He locks out moisture, seals in freshness. Good night, Irene! Kawajiri's done it again!
I mean, in this particular case, actually, Miyata turned the wrong way, tightening up the choke on Kawajiri. Kawajiri was applying. And, Joachim Hansen said after his fight with Kawajiri, he said, Mike, this guy is freakishly strong. I mean, once he gets a lock on you, it's just almost impossible to release it. And Kawajiri, just fought a perfect fight. I mean, there's nothing more to say.
Kawajiri brings the house down here at Saitama Super Arena.
That just goes to show you right there, guys, the guy with the better wrestling resume isn't always going to win the wrestling aspect of it. He took him down pretty much at will there, 4 or 5 times. I'd say.
Yeah, in mixed martial arts, absolutely. I mean, look at GSP. He has no wrestling accolades to speak of. He's never competed in a wrestling match, but he's able to hang with the world-level wrestlers.
Kawajiri pumps the fists into the air. They are bringing her down here in Saitama. A dejected Miyata walks back to his change room. Kawajiri just absolutely lived up to his nickname to the Crusher. He crushed Miyata out.
And he promised in the video there to show the difference physically and in strength between him and Miyata there. And Miyata was very dismissive of it in the video, and I think he did exactly that. I mean, he overpowered him at Miyata's strength, too, at wrestling.
I mean, you got to see Miyata, Miyata's body looks good, and I'm sure he's very strong, but Kawajiri is freakishly strong, and now he's dropped the weight class, which means he's just only that much stronger.
I thought he was huge as a lightweight,
Kawajiri continues to tear up this new weight division. Back-to-back wins, his 30th career win overall. And let's have a listen in.
Said it's New Year's Eve, Genki desu ka, which means how are you doing? It's the name of the event. So if you're Genki, if you have energy, you can do basically anything. He said, I won with last time with the katakatame with the arm triangle choke, so I wanted to win with the arm triangle again. So what do you think of the fight? said I'd like to fight abroad next year. Maybe America, just abroad somewhere. Lots of shouting. Thank you very much.
Did he say anything about us? How great we are? Anything at all? Mike Hogan, Mike Chavello? Nothing? Very disappointed.
You sure, Hans? I think you're editing here. A little bit of personal editing. Kawajiri brings the house down as only Kawajiri can. And coming up next, Mega Magoo Fuji and Carla Benitez. It's a happening!
秒殺女王はデビューから6年間負けなしの22連勝。しかし女子格闘技が日本で日の目を見ることはなかった。藤井は海を渡った。そしてついに敗戦。走り続ける辛さを知る女王がようやく立ち止まれた。
ここまでできたらもう奇跡に近いというか、女性として生まれたので、他にやらなくちゃいけないこととかもどうしても出てきてしまうので、やっぱりゴールに近いと思うので。
ゴールが近づく。ベネズエラの襲撃プリンセスカルラ・ベニテス。キックボクシングで数々のタイトルを獲得したベネズエラの格闘プリンセス。世界中で盛り上がりを見せる女子格闘技は南米の少女をリングへ KJ と駆り立てた。ベネテスにとっても藤井は憧れの存在。
もらっても倒れないと思うんで、絶対負ける気もしないし、大晦日のこのタイミングで女子をやるっていうのは正直もうここ何年も諦めてはいたんですけれども、
諦めかけていた夢
が叶うっていうことはやっぱり終わりに近づいているのかなっていう切なさも感じますし、
万感の思いを込めて埼玉スーパーアリーナに秒殺女王藤めぐ初見座。藤井めぐみ VS カルラ・ベニテス。
ただいまより本日の第8試合、元気ですか女子総合ワンマッチを行います。
And now the 8th and first Dream Girls Match!
青コーナーよりカルラ・ベニテス選手の入場です。
Former World Muay Thai champion Carla Benitez brings in a 6-1 mixed martial arts record, a 34-3 kickboxing record, and a few nice dance moves. A beautiful woman, a very good striker. She's won various European and South American Muay Thai championships. The World Championship she won was 4 years ago in 2007. Trains out of the Magura gym in Barcelona. She's actually married to Spanish kickboxer Chito Mordillo, who is also her coach. I remember Chito Mordillo. He fought Steve Vick for the ISKA World Welterweight Championship in the mid-1990s. It was an absolute war. And Steve Vick went on to win the title, defeated Mordillo. That was after Steve Vick, of course, lost to Hector Pena in Melbourne, December 6, 1992. The first ever fight I attended. The Dennis Alexio Stand the Man Longanides card, December 6, 1992, and here we are today, New Year's Eve 2011, seeing Carla Benitez take the record for the longest ring entrance yet, but it is sure worth it. Look at the crowd here at St. Thomas Super Arena. I'd say we're maybe up to, what do you think, Mike, about 22, 23,000 at the moment?
Yeah, I think full capacity is 25,000, and we are not that far off. I mean, literally, as you look up, you know, you don't see any blank seats at all. So I would say there's at least 22, 23,000 people here.
Carla Benitez is certainly enjoying being here. Now, Hans, am I correct in saying this is the first ever female fight on Dream?
Yeah, they just announced it as such, and it's a really big deal. Megumi was talking about that in the interviews and stuff. She said it's always been a dream of hers, but she basically thought she had zero chance to fight on New Year's Eve because, you know, there's no organization that puts women on that's that big.
Talk about all-time great mixed martial artists. Now, most people, when they make lists of great mixed martial artists, only include the men. If you want to make a true list, you've got to include the women. And right up there needs to be this lady, Megumi Fuji. Megu, as she's known, a record of 24-1. That one loss, a very controversial split decision loss at Bellator 34. Other than that, she is flawless. Has finished 14 of her 25 opponents in the very first round. Earning her a nickname here in Japan that she's the queen of the quick kill. A Josh Barnett protege, trains at the Aniabe Combat Club in Tokyo with Hiroyuki Abe. She's a black belt in BJJ and Judo. She began training in Judo at just 3 years old. National champion in BJJ and Sambo. Won the Pan American Jiu-Jitsu Championships twice. I mean, there's nothing she can't do. Simply, very simply, she is an all-time great, arguably the greatest women's mixed martial arts fighter of all time.
これより第8試合を行います。青コーナー150センチ52キロカローラバネテス。赤コーナー159センチ52キロ藤井
Such a thrill to be commentating Megu here on New Year's Eve. She may be small enough that I can hang her as an ornament off my rear view mirror in my car, but she is so dangerous. The question really whenever Megu fights, Mike, is not will she beat an opponent, but how will she beat an opponent? She has so many options. And let's see what Carla Benitez can offer, particularly should this stay on its feet. Michael Chevello, Mike Kogan, Hans Thompson with you. Southpaw stance for Megumi Fuji. Nice front kick to the midsection. Carla's got to get her strikes off early here. Got to use her reach to her advantage, particularly those long legs. Shoots in for a double, does Mega.
Yeah, Carla's expecting the takedown. So you see how low she's trying to keep her posture and keep her hands. But the problem is this kind of stuff happens. I don't even know what that movie's called.
She is so inventive, Megumi Fuji. Like watching Kazushi Sakuraba, you never know what to expect next. Or like watching Shinya Aoki, she can pull something out of nowhere, Hans.
I thought that looked kind of like an Imanari move, just drop and tie him up and take him down and sweep him. That was incredible.
Well, actually, she went for a shot, and Carla blocked it, and then from there, she switched to God knows what, some kind of
reverse guard kind of thing.
Whatever, and you know, and now she's got Carla basically exactly where she wants her, and that's on her back.
Fuji looks to pass now.
Straight for the arm lock. She's already setting it up. It's right there. I mean, she's already setting it up.
Is she going to get another of those quick kills?
It's all right. I mean, it's there. She's going to break that arm.
The queen of the quick kill has done it again.
Yeah.
That was easy, Mike.
Yeah, that was too easy. I mean, I don't know why she's crying, but that was just too easy. There's no reason to cry. She won. Hans, tell us you won. You don't need to cry.
This is Japan. You cry, win or lose. Mike.
Yeah. I don't know, but that was really impressive. You know, too bad. Really, in the United States, for the women, it's 135 is about as low as you can get, where your fights matter any. So we're probably not going to see her fight there, you know. But it's very impressive.
Great sportsmanship here from Carla Benitez. It's a shame that her ring entrance lasted longer than her fight. But that's why they call Megumi Fuji the queen of the quick kill. Now she has finished 15 of 26 opponents inside the first round. She is once again, as I said before, if you've never seen her, if you think to yourself, well, only the name Cyborg comes to mind when thinking of the world's greatest female fighter. No, you've got a lot to learn yet. Do a bit of research on Megumi Fuji.
And she's no spring chicken. I think she's like 35 or 36 years old or something. She's old. I mean, not old, but, you know, she's not a kid. She's a very seasoned fighter who's been doing it for a long time.
She'll be 38 in April.
Okay, there you go.
April what, Hans?
April 26.
All right. She's not an Aries like me then. I think she flips over onto Taurus. She's a great victory.
You guys will probably still get along, Mike.
She's a month older than me.
Look at the crowd here at Saitama Super Arena. Coming up next, we go to a bit of pro wrestling. Hideki Suzuki takes on Josh Barnett. We will return Dream New Year's Eve.